There's
Rook takes e4.
yeah, rook takes c4, c takes d5, knight rook g4. Well, I do not really believe.
No, it's hard to
But,
believe.
well,
Who knows? Everything is possible in chess game. of
Everything is possible,
Valentina
yeah.
Gulina. Maybe king f1 is...
king of
not
one
that
still
bad.
take.
I don't know which piece take.
Maybe bishop.
Maybe rook, by the way. Maybe rook. Rook g1 will be played in maybe early. But I don't know. I'm not sure. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fantastical tactical trick. And I'm not sure if it's possible. Knight h4, yeah, that's fantastic.
This game
Valentina finds the
can become exciting at some point. It's not sure for a while, but if Valentina is given chance, I mean, she can produce funny stuff here.
And once again, what about this line? After f5, we play bishop h1.
Oh, okay, now g6 and then maybe f4 eventually.
Knight g6, we take on e6.
Oh, by the way, bishop d5 was an option also
No,
instead
but
of knight g6.
we take on e7, I thought.
Yeah, no, also g takes h4 because there is a queen g5. Then,
Yeah, and also-
yeah. Anyway,
But maybe this is slightly better for white. At least, again, because of the majority
yeah,
of the
maybe
the queen
yeah.
side.
And
Well, we will leave this position for Leia and Valentina. I'm
Yeah, maybe
pretty sure they will
knight
produce with
h4,
some exciting stuff. Alisa Galamo against Tatiana Getman. Catalan, g3, d5, bishop g2, d takes, check again. No knight f3. Taking pawn back immediately. c6, queen takes, b5, queen d3, bishop b7, knight h3. This is what Alexei Goganov played against Sergei Korekin, if I'm recalling correctly. This knight h3 move that seemed to be
right.
a little bit awkward. Like bd7, castle, bishop e7, and still black hasn't made a breakthrough in the center, and white seems to be slightly better.
Well, that's why bishop e7. I think in this kind of position, black tries to play c5 with bishop on f8, just in case, not wasting a tempo if white decides
So
to
you
play
mean like queen b6?
something like
first?
this, yes. And c5 has...
Maybe there
has
has been some reason behind a4.
Yeah, no, this is quite usual stuff. a6, a4, a6.
Yeah, knight c3.
But maybe b4 and c5 then.
Before I
A5
did really like
sometimes, yeah.
a5. Well, some considerable compensation even after knight a4. Queen takes and some move bishop f4, bishop g5, e4. Bishop e7 with an idea just to finish the development. Maybe it's just solid enough.
Maybe.
Then we play castle, rook c8, queen b6. With this knight on h3, we shouldn't be in a hurry.
But anyway, before black plays c5, we're never sure that she equalized. Yeah, so black should absolutely push c5 at some point in this kind of position to equalize.
This is a game between Grigoriev and Shavalova. Grigorieva played d4. e3, bishop b7, knight c3, d5. Bishop b4 was another option. Pawn takes, g3.
Oh, it's pawn on e3. Yeah, that looks bit.
This is somewhat
mysterious,
very peculiar. Bishop d6, bishop g2.
I would even consider bishop a6.
Yeah, you just took my words. Bishop a6.
Not necessarily, but I mean. Okay, but yeah.
Yeah, I would also consider it. Maybe she didn't like that knight e5 may come.
Maybe, but even castle.
Castle, f4 push, and king goes to f2. Or starting with bishop d2 instead.
No, c5 anyway. I mean.
Yeah, c5 and... Yeah, we should calculate this knight d5.
Yeah, but yeah.
Yeah, Shabalova decided just to react normally, but bishop e6 was ambitious.
Yeah.
Castle,
A6.
knight bd7, b3. Yeah, I mean, like, it's a... In terms of patterns, it's a good move, but we shouldn't use patterns while your opponent plays e3, g3. Bishop b2, queen e7, rook c1, and now white is somehow somewhat fine. Knight d3, rook a d8, rook e1, and then g6. Just a very solid classical stuff. While black is out of danger. I would rather pick black.
Probably, yeah.
Knight f4
Knight f6.
can be played, but then knight f6 and knight on f4 is a bit wasted. A little bit wasted. Meanwhile, yeah, Shabalova is doing fine. Grechkin against Kashlinskaya. Wow, what's going on there? Knight d5, bishop e7, modern theory, d4, e takes, knight f3. Knight f6, not protecting the pawn. Yeah, c5 is considered to be not a good move for some reason.
Yeah, but
maybe even e3.
It's a bit scary, yeah. And still, yeah, still playable. What now? Sorry, what about bishop f4? Maybe bishop f4.
Bishop d6. Yeah, well,
but then
maybe
e3 and knight takes e7. Maybe even, I don't know, e3.
Well, it has to be calculated, but c5 considered to be not a good move. Knight f6. Yeah, this is the other option instead of knight f3 was to take on e7, but black is doing more or less fine there because of the fast development. Knight f6, knight e4, castle g3. But then I would rather consider taking first on e7 and then g3. Maybe I'm blundering a pawn. Queen b4 check. But it doesn't seem so obvious. I would also consider queen d2, queen c4, b3. But then g3 is played, knight takes, pawn takes. Sacrificing the pawns is not what Gerechkin does frequently. Usually he takes them. Queen d2, c5.
And d takes c5.
And d takes c6.
D takes c6, sorry, yeah. Unexpected decision.
A little bit. Well, white cannot be worse, but d takes c6 seems to be solidifying enough for black.
Bishop g2, and I mean, maybe this is just a psychological setup for Alexander Gerechkin, just to avoid any complications with Alina. Maybe this is a point of just to get a simple position, what we call simple, and try to overplay her opponent in this kind of game. Maybe this is it. Otherwise, yeah, d takes c6 doesn't seem critical.
Being a frequent Benoni player, I would just leave this pawn on c5. Somehow. Maybe even knight b5.
Knight b5, yeah.
Yeah, if a6, my point was to play knight d6.
So d6 should be played first, but d6, by the way, no, okay, yeah,
queen
d6.
f4 and queen
d6,
a5 you have.
d6, a4, right? I mean,
a4 or, yeah, a4 is the most natural.
or maybe knight c3 immediately, just not allowing knight a6, knight a6, maybe black is not in time. Maybe she is.
Yeah, the point being that d6 pawn is always weak, and white has a clear plan. Just play bishop g2 castle and push e4, f4.
Right. But maybe knight should be retreated instead of a6. Maybe knight c3 Otherwise, knight e6, knight b4.
Yeah, but this knight is usually empty on b4. Bishop g2, knight b4 castle.
Right, maybe that's not that clear. So ace.
But then my knight can potentially go to c4 and it could
but then a6 and b5 immediately maybe.
a6, still knight a3.
b5.
Yeah, but you're just sacrificing a pawn, right?
I'm sorry. Yeah, you castle already. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Well, so after c5, knight b5 is more ambitious in my point of view.
Right.
The other retreats are also possible, knight c2, let's say, but knight b5 is somewhat I do like.
Does it make sense also? Bishop g2, e4, and knight goes to e3 sometimes.
Giri against Guseva, there is Slav, knight c3, e6, g3. Maybe.
Yeah. The old line.
The most famous predecessor of this line was Oleg Romanishин. At least this g3 ideas in Slav is his firm sign.
We've got one transposition to this line in this opening in men's section. You remember the position which occurred after in Matlakov's game, I think. D takes c4, bishop g2, for example.
Yes.
Castle and
it was some Catalan.
Right.
Maybe just leads to the same position.
Yeah, it can lead to the same position, but what? It
leads to the just a clear transposition to Catalan. Bishop b4, bishop e7.
Queen a5, right?
Queen a5, e6. This is Boris Gelfan's
game against Topalov, no? Topalov, I think.
Yeah, I think Topalov, yeah. Bishop h3, queen h5, and knight g5 is played. I might remember e5 after queen a5. Sorry, e6, f takes e6, e5 there. Could also be a move. h3 could also be played, but bishop h3 is played instead. Queen h5, knight g5, knight df6. Yeah, the point being that if bishop takes on g5, we take on g4 first.
And then e6 and c4 fall.
Knight df6, e5. What was wrong with f3? Just in case. Bishop c5 check.
Maybe e5 also.
Also e5, but bishop c5, knight e3 is probably leads to an advantage. e5, knight takes, queen h5, knight h5, and Gira has made a lot of moves while she's only spoiled a pair of minutes. Bishop e7, knight d2, knight f6, knight c4, rook d8. White has a considerable compensation, but I mean, if we add the queens on the board, white would be simply better. But without them, it won't be that easy to prove that.
Yeah, but
white is doing that great.
Yeah, but the bishop on c8 is too ugly. Okay, rook e1 simply. Yeah.
Okay, I would bishop d7.
Oh, maybe even bishop c7 simply. Not.
What is the point?
No, just attacking the pawn e6. I don't know, maybe bishop d6 now. Just trying to grab the pawn.
But it should be that better if you trade a pair of bishops.
Okay, maybe not immediately. Oh, yeah, maybe not that much, but okay. Let's take e6, rook e1. I mean, white is still pushing a bit.
Well, slightly better.
a5 maybe at some point.
Rook d8 and rook e1 could be played. At least it seems to be the most natural opportunity.
Maybe after bishop d7, then rook d1 is senseless. Yeah, knight d5 will go anyway. Well, it's hard to say. Yeah, maybe not that much, but still, white is Well, I mean, I would take white because I have impression that white can equalize, taking back the pawn at any moment she wished to do so. And rook e1 is played.
Rook e1 indeed.
Oh.
It's more or less the same that I've proposed. Bishop is e3, rook f3, queen a5, e5, king g8.
Challenge is accepted.
And this position is very in style of Dubov.
d6 should be checked. Yeah?
d6, h4. Yeah, some breakthrough on the king side. I would rather expect h4.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows, maybe we still need this pawn on d5. At least we can protect it with bishop e4.
No, yeah, it makes a lot of sense in my opinion, h4 indeed, because all black pieces are on the queen side.
And then if h5, then the f5 has to be
f5 or e6.
tested properly. Or e6 also.
Or rook g3. Maybe rook g3 even. No, I mean after h4,
Yeah,
h5, yeah.
Yeah, that's an option also.
Oh, it's,
But it seems that black elite could be not in time with their counterplay on the queen side.
Yeah, I think h5 is... Well, black cannot play prophylactical here.
Well, but instead of taking with the king, well, I'm still pretty sure that was a prep, but was it a good one? Queen f8, could f4 still be played there? But then we still take on c3, rook f3, and what is the difference? Black can make a check and after king h1 play. Far from being clear, I would rather say. Well, still b4 could be an option. Bishop a4, my idea was to play bishop e2. I mean, positionally it's worse, but could I be in time to take this a2 pawn?
Yeah.
Well, you have rook c1, queen a8, rook c2, still holding the pawn and having been an exchange up. King g8 is played. Well, yeah, so that was the position, and we, in our concern, h4.
Yeah, because what to do after h4? h5 doesn't seem convenient to me. Convincing, sorry. So what to do? Maybe b4, and b4, h5. Okay, what's going on?
Yeah, we shouldn't even take on a4.
No. Once played h4, I think we should go on.
Looks quite dangerous. All black pieces are concentrated on the queen side.
Should also, but still we should take in consideration just the fact that after opening h-file, white's king can also be in danger. So, for example, bishop d4 check for, then king at g7 and...
Yeah, that's the clear point. That's a clear point.
So maybe not... Well, definitely not that clear.
And your proposal was to play d6. Pawn takes... Queen takes... Meanwhile, I also do like rook d8 there.
Maybe d takes, no?
But I take with the check and...
Yeah, rook takes.
It's not that obvious, at least. Rook d8 is hanging. King g7, rook c3.
What's wrong with e8?
E8 is... sorry, just the pawn promotes. Yeah, it's my fault. Rook d8 and d takes c7 is a cute tactical trick. Well, I'm convinced.
No, maybe
Rook
he takes
d8 is not that
d6
good.
still, yeah? Maybe he takes d6. But still, somehow, well, file open. Well, files open, I mean, I'm not that sure about black's perspectives here.
Rook d8.
Rook d8, yeah.
Queen f6.
And f6.
But then black has considerable counterplay. Because e6 is not a threat. The pawn is pinned. Maybe f5 could be the reason.
Or maybe just bishop d4, queen d2 also, yeah?
Yeah, but the rook will be hanging.
Rook is hanging, yeah.
So once again, d6, e takes, queen takes, rook d8, queen f6.
Queen f6 or queen c6 also, yeah? I don't know which one. Maybe queen c6. Just to keep...
I still do like queen f6, f5 is clear.
Is coming.
Yeah, white's intention. Very complicated. Failing to evaluate it.
Right. Here it's all about concrete variations, concrete calculations. Bishop c8, still f5. Yeah.
Still f5.
Yeah.
I remember the game between UNE and Jan Nepomniachtchi in the recent World Cup, which took place in Khanty-Mansiysk, where Jan was eliminated in round 4 or 5 from UNE, and I think round 4, because in round 5 UNE eliminated Nikita Vityugov. And it was a very similar game where white sacrificed the pawn for the attack on the king side, and Jan was too optimistic putting all of his pieces on the queen side. And then the mate has been given, and unfortunately for Jan, he had to stop his journey in the World Cup. So at least it could be the script that Dubov could have been ready for. And that's why he opted for bishop takes f8, f4. And after, well, maybe it's just a coincidence, but I may find some... well, the script is very similar. The scenario is very similar. And of course, I do prefer white there. Well, less exciting stuff in Exipenko against Gaganov, but knight f5, knight c5, g4. Could have been Exipenko's idea. Knight e6, h4. c5, rook g1, b5. Should black really be scared of this?
Good question. How much the attacking potential is high?
What should we start with? Bishop e3 first? Or it could be a waste of a tempo potentially.
No, okay, let's
H5
try
or G5.
G5 immediately.
Okay. G5, C4 seems to be the most logical. Let's say H5. Pawn takes, pawn takes. Then C5.
G6 is it?
G6. pawn takes, pawn takes.
Well, now it is getting a bit shaky, yeah?
At least in the blitz game, we would consider that white is winning.
Yeah.
But in classical part, yeah, in classical chess, you have much more time to react.
What black can do? How can he stop white's pawn's advance?
Still b5, g4, g5, c4 seems the most logical option. The other one is to play knight d4, but this is somewhat I do not like. Knight takes d4, c takes d4. And even h5. We can also protect the knight. At least given an additional option to take with the queen, but h5 is more or less fine. But then maybe check, king f1, take on f5, e takes queen d5. Could be the reason. Yeah, it's very double-edged.
Yeah.
Rook b7, bishop e7 was played. Rook b3, queen c5. Bishop e3. So, was something threatening? Knight d4. Knight d4 probably could have been a threat.
The point is that bishop e2 could be met by knight d4.
Yeah. Bishop e3, a tempo move, which is basically has to be considered mainly.
Queen a5, queen e5.
Queen a5, I would say. But then bishop c4. This is somewhat I do like for white.
Indeed.
Yeah, the point being that after knight d8, white castles, and castle is not that good because of knight d5 at least, or bishop b6 even.
But anyway, knight d4, knight d8 is not what black's knight is dreaming about.
Still nothing wrong with queen e5. At least I can't see the fourth way how white receives a decisive advantage. Queen e5.
Bishop f4, but then...
Bishop f4, queen goes back.
Yeah, queen can go back. And...
Queen e5 is played indeed. Knight a4 maybe.
Well, but then it seems like if white is satisfied with draw, I mean...
Yeah, I'm not satisfied with draw, I'll play. Can you take on e4? Knight e4, and well, optically white has a bunch of options there. To retreat with the queen or to take on c5. Okay. Knight c5 is the most principled. Knight takes d2. Well, maybe black escapes there. Maybe black is fine.
Oh, still maybe some... I mean... King takes...
Knight e6, knight b3, knight c7.
Maybe that.
But black should be fine there.
Maybe king f7.
King f7, but then check on c4.
King d7, yeah.
Yeah, knight takes a8. But it feels like black should be fine. Somehow.
Yeah, but Maybe white should not go for 96, maybe just in this line. Maybe just take king takes d2, rook b6.
If the rook has been in b7, I just want to show it. If rook was on b7 and castle is possible, winning the game. But rook b6, unfortunately, castle is not winning instantly. Still knight d4.
No, now I have choice.
You have a good compensation.
Oh, maybe
That's-
c3 or
that's fair enough.
bishop takes
c4 or
oh, bishop takes a6.
or bishop takes a6, which is even more strong, could be stronger.
And maybe,
Bishop d8,
yeah, bishop
well,
d8.
has to be calculated.
Okay, if I want, I can just take with the rook on a6. And,
Fair enough.
Yeah, or c3 is additional option.
Yeah, to sum up, white has a good compensation.
Yeah, but
Bishop
maybe
f4, maybe
yes,
some other
not-
move.
No, queen c5, knight a4, maybe queen a5. Or think about queen a5.
I don't believe it equalizes.
Mm-hmm.
I take on a5,
Mm-hmm. Knight takes.
knight takes, and e4 is hanging.
Yes.
Okay, but still, I play rook b6. Probably knight takes a4. I take on a6 with what? But then you just castle and maybe you even got an initiative. Yeah, it's far from being clear. After queen c5 again, white probably can repeat the moves. I do not believe queen a5 is an option to play on the win.
Mm-hmm.
Queen e5 is played, and but if bishop f4, knight e4 is losing because of queen e3. That's the reason. It was my initial idea, and I forgot that it just doesn't work. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Maxim will find something. Svidler against Artemiev, and bishop e2, e5 was played instead of queen b6. Artemiev decided not to go for the endgame.
Mm-hmm.
e5, queen f2, and then he'll probably try to use the exposure of white's king. So he needs to push the pawns somehow. Yeah, the queen has to retreat somewhere. But then still c4 or rook g1 first. Yeah, such a complicated position. But I do prefer white.
Yeah, globally I would say, yeah, pair of bishops remains pair of bishop. So, I mean, the position is not, the pawn structure is not closed, not fixed, and in this kind of position, the pair of bishops should not be ignored. Remains one of the most important
I'm failing
factors.
to find a plan with black. Queen g6.
No, maybe still c4.
Yeah, well, it's obviously it's a bit easier to play with white.
Mm-hmm.
White doesn't have a lot of options, but still has a clear plan to, well, firstly develop their piece and then push the pawns on the queen side. And in Fedoshev against Karakin, we've got an endgame which seems to be not hardly holdable, easily holdable. Knight e2, knight d3, king d2, knight c5, c4, and then what, a5 or a6.
Mm-hmm.
Well, probably it will be one of the
Shortest game.
shortest game of the playing day.
I don't see any reason for black to be worse.
Neither me.
Well, maybe a6 or a5. Yeah, you're right. I think both are good. All seem to be good.
b6 is played instead.
b6.
b6 and then what?
That's kind of more ambitious, or maybe the idea is to take with the rook, a6 and take with the rook, just to keep the a file open. This is the Sergei's idea, I think. Does he need it? Not, for example, I mean, rook b2, rook b1, rook b2. What about rook b2?
Nothing's wrong. Still a6.
No, okay. White need to take, I think. Or yeah. Sorry, yes.
Rook takes.
Rook b1. That c4 is also hanging, right? So knight a4, and then yes, but then it's true, and maybe just rook a7, rook c. Rook
Yeah, the
c7.
position is just equal, and it should be one of the fastest games.
Yeah.
Once again, coming back to the women's section, knight e4 played by Alexander Kostyanyuk, intending to trade the knights. I still don't believe black can be even slightly worse there.
Yeah.
Just an equal position. And not that exciting to watch.
Right.
Well, to be honest, king f2. Well, so what has... we were expecting this game to be one of the most exciting, and knight e6 simply. Avoiding any mating threats. Queen f4, knight g6, queen e4. Well, that's a good attempt by Aliev, very classical. You have a bishop against the knight, and it's better to go for the endgame. Knight e5, rook d1, g5, f3, king g7, king f2, and it will be a long game while white is slightly pushing. The bishop is slightly stronger than the knight.
Always in this kind of position.
Especially in this kind of positions.
But okay, not that much.
So what is white's plan? Play b4, a4, a5 is the most natural and well known.
And then g3, f4 at some
Then
point.
g3, f4 and restrict the knight. b7 potentially could be a weakness.
But black can also try to
play b5 by themselves.
To play f5, f4 maybe. Maybe she's not in time, just g3.
f5,
g3, yeah.
g3 or whatever. I would also play b4.
What, by the way, maybe I would start with a5 with black.
Preventing b4.
Well, still a3.
a3, but then a4 has to be considered properly.
But okay.
If we're fixing our pawn structure, we have to be 100% sure that we'll have some kind of breakthrough. So a5 is the move I do like.
No, I'm not sure that b4 is a threat for the moment, because rook a8 will be played in the end, so maybe...
We can start with a4. We can start with a4 still. Well, hard to give a fourth line for the spectators, but I mean, white is slightly better. They will push the pawns on the both sides and try to create some threats. Knight looks good, but a bit restricted. And I can't find the better square for the knight.
But now maybe, yeah.
If we could transfer it to c5, I think it would be better for black, but we cannot really do it. Let's try to do it anyway. Rook e7.
Yeah, then maybe king f7 should be played. I mean, king should be brought to. I don't know why Valentina put it on g7. Somehow f5. This is Valentina, yeah, f5. But then g3, maybe king f6. Nothing wrong with that.
King f6, but then check first.
Maybe rook e6. Rook d8.
But this is the position I would try to play. I would even trade the rooks.
Mm-hmm.
Let's quickly analyze it. King e3.
Then f4.
Still inspired by Fischer's endgame played against Taimanov. 1972 candidates.
Oh, c5.
C5, but then it may lead to Fischer-Taimanov at some point.
No, yeah, I see, but no.
Well, we play...
Black should be accurate, of course. But
we play bishop e2 first, then we play f4. We push on king side, push on queen side, then b4 widening the perimeter.
Knight f7.
There?
Knight f7, sorry, bishop c4.
Bishop c4 probably you still hold, but knight f7
but
is
okay, yeah, but that's
sound you do not really like to play.
No, I want to transfer my knight on d6, and I think I will be... Okay, let's play knight f7.
Just check it quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Then bishop c4. Yeah, let's check this fourth line. King takes king d3, or I do also like b4 first.
Yeah. No, okay, here it's not necessary, of course. Yeah.
So white is winning, or it's drawish. that is evaluation.
Yeah, this is maybe not necessary.
And this is all about these nuances, because you may play a very good endgame, and then you just make one inaccurate move, and it's over.
No, somehow f5 I don't like that much, but...
g3, rook e7 is played indeed.
Mm-hmm.
b4 or bishop e2?
Bishop e2. No, f4.
I would rather start with
b4,
yeah. Expanding, winning some space. It still would be a game, and I think Lea is in a comfort zone there.
Mm.
So I just for instance, I do believe Magnus could win this endgame with white against some
decent
grandmaster like Caruana or Vachier-Lagrave. Quite decent. Galeano against Getman, and there has been e5 breakthrough, which seemed to be a bit awkward. The point being that black wasn't in time to push c5, so this is the evidence that bishop e7 could have been an inaccuracy. Knight c3, a6, a3. b4 is a clear intention. Castle b4, e5, d takes e5.
Yeah, b4 could it be made by a5?
Knight b5 has to be considered.
Yeah.
But still,
yes,
a5.
Yes, still.
It's a typical Slav stuff.
Maybe rook b1.
Rook b1.
But then just take, let's say, or knight d5 immediately. Knight d5.
Knight d5.
Oh, let's be simple. Let's take first on b4. Okay, a takes b4. A takes knight d5.
That could be the reason.
That's quite typical reaction to b4. So I don't know why.
Yeah, you might be right. So after black should have prevented against b4 idea.
No, maybe in that position, white should just take on d5. He takes d5, e4. Maybe that's not that simple.
Pardon me?
Rook b1. Yeah, takes knight d5. Knight takes d5.
C takes d5 is thought.
C takes d5.
The point being that e2 pawn is hanging after queen b5.
C takes d5 is better, but still bishop b7 is somewhat. But maybe
I do not like white.
You don't like
somehow.
White. You will be in time, yeah, just to transfer knight to c4.
Knight b6 is the threat. I do prefer black there. But then e5, d takes e5, knight e5, queen c2. Maybe still nothing wrong with black, but I would rather pick white. Knight c4 is an option.
Meanwhile,
c4.
Meanwhile, we have first game finished. Maxim Chigaev versus Nikita Bidikov. So obviously they just repeated the move as predicted. Yeah. So
bishop e3, and
so Maxim didn't try knight a4 or any other move. So just he didn't find any any chance to play for advantage here.
Solid enough. Maybe we're blaming for no reason. Still, black is doing quite fine.
Maybe, but still, I think while the pawn was still on c6, I can never be sure. Still, white should be somewhat okay.
I'll try knight f4.
Knight f4. Maybe knight g5. Maybe knight g5.
Intending to play knight e4. That is the idea. My idea was to put the knight on
d3. Yeah. Okay. Knight d4. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Queen b6 maybe.
Still knight d3. Knight a4 will be the option.
Knight a4 is a good idea. Clearly. Yeah, but white is... It seems to me that white is slightly better. Queen c2, rook c8, queen e2, h5 being played in Grigoriev against Shuvalova. I think this position is not in Grigoriev's style of play. She seems to be a more active player.
The problem is that this position maybe is nobody's style. I mean, just seems a bit passive.
It's not that bad, but it's a bit hard to play because f3, e4 will obviously be met with some proper reaction.
Yeah. While black has a clear plan, pushing h4 and just creating some weaknesses on the king's side, having more space in this part of the board. And I mean, what exactly white is doing?
Still, if we try f3 there,
maybe white should just wait, playing by knight f4. If knight f6, then knight d3 back and threatening somehow knight e5.
That's an option, obviously. I'm curious to check this f3 move.
Maybe just exchange on c3 and then h4 or
h4 looks quite tempting.
Or just simply queen g5 and then try to double on e file. I don't know. Maybe knight e5 is possible. e4, yeah. Mm-hmm. No, that's true. So e4 should not be this idea should not be ignored. So maybe h4, yeah. Maybe h4 then should be included. g4, I guess, yeah.
Seemingly, yes.
No, but then maybe c5, maybe c5. But then g6 is I mean, okay, d takes, maybe white should go for this big game. And I don't know. Yeah.
But then d4.
That's completely unclear. Right. d4 is annoying.
Black should be doing fine, or more than fine.
No, maybe.
I think in terms of superfinals, in terms of strong tournaments, if you receive this position with black pieces, you should stop thinking about equalizing the game and become more ambitious. And Shuvalov will obviously do it. Grechkin against Kashlinsky, we got a very calm position. Knight is on c7 meanwhile. The only problem of black bishop is it can't really be developed properly. But knight b5 is an idea. Knight b5 getting rid out of this knight on d4. So I've considered to play h3, but then knight b5. Knight takes, queen takes, and bishop goes to e6. And
yeah, but maybe a4 should be played if...
And after a4...
Well, b4 square is given away.
a5
yeah?
probably. Still not critical.
Or maybe black can even become ambitious. I mean, just c5.
After a4?
Yeah, why not? Knight b3, yes, maybe. Okay, knight a6 then.
This is somewhat I do not like.
For black?
Yeah.
c5 is hanging, yeah. No, okay, yeah, maybe that was too ambitious. That should be checked still. I mean, rook c1, yeah. Bishop goes somewhere, and then rook c8 is not possible. If you take
it depends where you go.
Yeah, bishop somewhere, bishop, I don't know. Okay, let's try e6, for example.
Yeah, fine. Knight c5, rook a c8, you probably might have.
Yeah. Still, maybe even b4 is not that clear. Yeah? Okay, knight takes bishop b7, rook c8, rook c7. Sometimes a5 is possible, so leading to some complications.
True.
Okay, of course c5 is not necessary. Of course.
Yeah, my another plan was to put the knight on c4, and knight a5, holding the bishop on c8.
But then knight b4, knight c4.
Yeah. Still, maybe black is not risking that much, but I do prefer white. So.
Queen a6.
Yeah. And then rook a1 probably.
Bishop e6.
Bishop e6. Well, some tricky stuff. b3. Still not necessary, but white is slightly pushing. Yeah, it's all about trading the knights in the proper moment. But a4 is somewhat I still do like. Maybe even a5 once again. Or knight d5 back, I don't know.
Yeah, a4 somewhat, I would not be sure. I would not be sure with white, as I don't like this fact that I'm giving away its b4 square, which seems to be important. But on the other hand, after knight b5, black will be just perfectly fine, I think. What else? Rook d1 will be met by bishop g4, and this is
yeah, bishop g4,
and then knight b5 can be played if black wishes so. So black has no problem at all in this position, I think. Just general feeling.
Yeah, I mean, like still f3. Let's check it simply.
Even bishop d7.
Bishop d7. That's what I like.
Yeah,
After knight h5, you have to calculate knight
no,
f5.
bishop d7. Bishop d7.
Bishop d7 is very solid. It's solid enough. I'm quite curious about Gariful in a game, and the players have traded the rooks, and this is the position.
No, it should be draw.
Garifulina has to feel the spirit of Robert James Fisher.
Black will play c5 at some point, and normally she needs to bring her knight to d6. And c5, b6, knight d6, and
I still do believe white can push. King e3.
Okay, c5.
c5, play b4.
Knight king f6.
King f6, bishop b5.
Yeah, indeed. So, then okay, then. Oh, okay, yeah, I agree. It's still better for white. I mean, it should not be that dangerous.
I mean, like, could it be just the moment where we realize that technically it's winning for white? Because if we put this position on the strong computer engine, it will show the final result. Draw or white is winning.
Yeah. Okay, let's be. Okay, let's be. Well, this f5 was well, but still king f6.
King f6. I play king d4.
Mm-hmm.
But then I think you have to consider knight f8. But knight f8, I wasn't 100% sure about it. The point being that I still play king c5. And you probably have to play king e7, because my idea was that if you play king e5, I have f4. Which could be dangerous for black. If pawn takes, we take.
Still
Well, or it could be dangerous for white.
King e3.
Maybe I'm just deeply mistaken. Yeah, f4 now I see that f4 is a bit premature. So knight f8 is just a good move. And if we play bishop c4, knight e6, bishop takes
b6
first.
Yeah.
b6, but then a4 still. You give a check and probably that's nothing.
No, still white is a bit more active.
A bit more active, but well, I can't see the breakthrough now.
b4.
b4, but well, I can. I get the point.
Maybe c5 will be played after c4. So
g4
should be played.
g4, just getting rid out of the pawns.
Takes.
King e6.
c4. No, yeah. Oh, yes.
Yeah, but this is a position. Knight takes d7. Maybe I'm getting older and this type of position attracts me more than some mating attacks.
Oh, it's a good technical position.
King e3, king f6 is played.
It's played, yeah. No.
Also, white can try f4, for instance.
Yeah.
This has to be considered properly.
No, it should be played, at some moment. So
maybe even there.
Maybe even there. So black is...
Yeah, the point being that if h6, then should we play f takes g5? I don't know. I thought I can play h4, but then f4 can be the move.
No, but not...
Still has to be considered.
No, but not h4 immediately. Why?
You think h4 immediately?
No, not immediately. Maybe h3 first, just preventing g4 maybe. Or, I don't know. No, somehow, I don't like this at all for black. I mean, g5.
So f4 inclusion is...
No, yeah, h6 I don't like. Because of f take g5, and then h3, and h4 will be played at some moment, so it's very dangerous. Either g takes f4, which is possible, but okay, king f... now knight c5 or knight c5, bishop c4.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe knight f...
Knight f8 was an idea to play knight g6 also.
Yes. And then maybe... and king will go to e5, and it should be okay. Pawn will go to h6, it should be okay.
Well, probably.
But it should be tried, f4 is played, g takes f4 is played, yes, by Valentina. If g takes f4, but then, I mean...
But then this pawn is permanently weak.
So maybe...
Knight will go to e6
king
simply.
takes f4 should be tried. But then, knight f8, that should be fine. Should be fine for black. It's king on e5. Black should not be in danger.
With king on e5, I may agree. The other games, Fedosiev against Karakin, players are approaching even closer to the draw agreement. Knight c3, well, absolutely nothing.
I think that the pawns will be exchanged shortly.
Yeah,
How
so
exactly, I don't know, but
King f8, I don't know.
King f8, rook b1 still.
Rook b1.
Well, King d3 is a threat, yeah. So we should not ignore it.
Still rook
Yeah,
a7.
rook a7, something like this, yeah.
King d3, rooks a c7.
Right.
But you've got a plan. You've still got a plan.
Mm-hmm.
Probably will not work out, but who knows? Yeah, let's try a proper defense.
No, rook
We
can
need to use our bishop somehow.
Well, actually, rook can be put on c6. Well, once knight will go somewhere, we'll play e5, maybe. Maybe. So for a while, should just wait, probably. No, okay, what about passive defense? Rook c6, knight a4. Will,
Not really.
not really. Okay, just let go. King f8, rook b1, rook c6.
Yeah, it seems that white cannot really progress. Try some e5.
No, king is 7 for a moment. Then knight a4 is the idea, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Even there, it's not. No, okay, yeah. I mean, knight a7, knight a4 is the idea. Rook c5 should be, or I need to start with f6 first. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but you know, like, still nothing wrong with it. You play g5, g3, getting rid of these pawns and
nothing serious. Yeah? Maybe f6
knight e4,
and knight e4
yeah.
is coming.
Still some slight technical problems.
Mm-hmm.
Knight c3. Yeah, pushing the pawns on the king side is a bit slow. But it could also be considered, let's say, h5 first. If you play rook b1, I play h4. And then rook is going to g5. Maybe this is the way.
Maybe h5, h4.
Yeah.
H5, no, h5 can be met by h4 maybe.
h4 for sure.
But then even g5.
Even g5. King f8 is played instead.
So we will now see what Sergei has in his mind.
Well, Lubov Nepomniachtchi was one of the most exciting games. Wow. We've got a lot of cool tactical stuff there. Rook f3, once again, just quickly heading to the position on the board. Rook d8, e6 was played. So no h4. King.
Now d6.
No d6, e6. Pawn takes, bishop takes g6. Wow. That's great. And black is risking. Pawn takes g6, let's see.
Rook g3, I think.
Rook g3 or queen d3?
Queen will rather go to g4, I think, attacking both pawns.
I would rather choose queen c2.
Queen c2, no,
Was
maybe.
ready to take with the rook.
Also, yeah, and bishop is hanging, sorry, yeah. That's true, that's true.
I do not believe black should take on d5, or maybe with a pawn.
No, rook takes simply, and then attack will go on. C5 is king, G6 and hanging, everything is hanging. It's hard to believe.
Yeah. Yeah, we still can play king G7.
Rook C5.
Rook C5 is just winning immediately. So, looks quite risky. Quite risky. But then, if king f8 possibly was a preparation, because as far as we know it has been played quite quickly. When was black's mistake? Rook f3, queen a5, maybe not queen a5, because queen looks a bit misplaced.
Oh, yeah, and king g8 is also, I mean, seems also too slow, yeah?
Maybe black should prevent from the counterplay on the king side somehow. Playing bishop d4 check, king h1, then king g7 simply. Obviously, it shouldn't be bad.
Yeah, preventing e4.
Yeah, but queen a5 looks premature. e5, king g8. I'm sorry, king h1 was played. Rook d8, e6, maybe not f takes e6. Probably bishop g6 could have been blundered, but I do not really believe.
But still, in this position, I believe that white has a very dangerous initiative.
Sufficient initiative, yeah. Let's say if f5, which seems to be
still maybe bishop takes f5, whatever can work here.
But then our king can hide under the h pawn. That's the difference.
Yeah, okay, rook h3.
Well, it seems to be being a bit slow. I don't believe it can work out. b4 maybe.
Queen h5.
So queen f6, queen f7 is a threat.
Yeah.
Blunder it a little.
Queen f5, queen f7.
Rook h3, queen h5 is a threat. Now I've got your idea, and I'll try not to blunder it. And I play bishop g7 first.
Still queen h5.
Still queen h5. Queen c. Pardon me. Queen c3 is not possible. And what is your threat? To play queen f7
queen h7. Queen h7, queen f5.
And then it will be amazing.
Yeah. Or queen h7, queen g6.
Could this position already be losing for black?
No, that seems very dangerous.
Bishop g6. And Nepomniachtchi takes his time. It's quite dangerous to proceed playing in his firm manner quite quickly, getting his opponent in time trouble. Now he obviously needs to take some time.
He seems just to be very unhappy with this position.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, the bishop on a6 is also offsided.
Yes, but I mean, queen on a5, I mean, it should not be on a5, it should be on g7.
That was our first intention.
Yes. That somehow something went wrong. I think he just mixed up some lines.
Plans. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Which can happen.
Well, black has to take on g6, and then white plays
Queen c2, which is quite convincing. I mean, the simplest way to proceed.
Bishop to g7, queen takes g6.
And rook g3 is coming.
Yeah, well, I know this is still risky. Queen d2, I'm trying to hold it somehow.
Queen takes e6, queen takes a6 if I want to.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that's convincing. Queen a2, but well, queen b5 at least.
At least,
yeah. Just winning. Just winning. Bishop g6, and we might have a blowout. And in case if Nepomniachtchi loses, Karakin reaches him.
Well, assuming that Sergei cannot win his position, Yeah, but the draw is the most expected result there. Yeah.
And have Duba played against Karakin? I think not yet. I think in last round Fedoseev played against Dubov and Yesipenko. Karakin, Dubov plays against Fedoseev, consequently, and Sergei Karakin. It should be a very intriguing finish of the tournament.
Right, right.
Bishop g6 and the leader is in trouble. What about Yesipenko? a3, b4. Well, but this is somewhat slow. I would rather play c4 in order to open the center.
Yeah, white can continue pushing, right? G5.
Can't see what's wrong with g5 here. Could be some awkward queen e8. Not really.
Why not? Just intending to take twice.
Yeah, intending to take twice, and then white also has a plan to put the knight on g4, which
or knight
seems to be-
h4. Or knight
or
h4.
knight
is
h4.
Also, yeah.
Knight h4, let's try it.
Well,
And maybe
black
g6.
needs to bring his light square bishop somehow in the game, but
Playing
this is-
c4 somewhere.
Yes,
Bishop
but-
a6 first.
Yes, but it seems
Let's
to
check
be a
it.
bit
Let's check it.
late, but
Bishop a6, g6.
no, but then maybe without playing queen a8, maybe just immediately
Then immediate g6 comes.
g6, right?
And seems that black shouldn't be in time.
Yeah, but it's a bit scary. Bit scary.
Well. Well, so Yesipenko might be feeling comfortable there.
Still checking
At least
something, but
after a miracle save against his yesterday's game against Nikita Vitugov, he deserved the right to
maybe g5.
to
You
win
know, you know what? Maybe g5 should be just made by something like knight f4.
getting rid of the last remaining bishop.
Yeah, intending to just to take on f5, decreasing, attacking strength of white pieces.
If I'll still be in principle taken on f4,
Take.
and that's the moment where I should reconsider my previous strategy.
Maybe there is nothing special here actually to this attack without
Knight
bishops.
f4. Yes, bishop f5 is a clear intention.
Then it's not that clear.
Then we'd play knight h4 still.
Yeah, bring another knight to f5, right? And now something like c4 should be considered
At
immediately or after taking f3. I don't know. Okay. Let's see. For example, just
Yeah, maybe let's take on a3
Take,
first,
okay,
because
let's
pawn
take,
takes.
yeah.
Otherwise, if rook, then c4 comes with the
and
tempo.
c4. Yeah,
And c4.
and looks very double-edged.
Hard to disagree.
All of a sudden, maybe d takes c4 simply.
Bishop goes somewhere, but c5 is the threat. C5 is the threat. I still feel that
White has some potential.
white has some potential. Yeah, bishop e3 was the last move in Chagayev Vidyugov and move 19s, and move 19s, bishop e3 in Svidra Artemiev, by the way. And this is the position on the board, bishop e3, allowing black to play knight c2. But pretending to be fine with it. Rook d1 probably. And still this d7 pawn looks a little bit behind its colleagues. Knight e3 has to be taken, bishop d3 was the threat. Queen takes e3.
d6.
And then let's say d6. Even simple b4. White is slightly better in my point of view.
Yeah, also rook d2, simple. Can be
Rook
considered.
d2 doubling is also a good, considerable idea. And maybe you can even try to put the bishop on c6 instead of d6, but then b4 comes with the tempo.
Yeah, but then
so
b4
d6 is anyway d6 is needed. So, well, bishop e3 and at least Swidler is trying to bounce back after the loss. Yeah, let's quickly get back to the Garifulina Gudina game before the short break. And
but what happened?
For some reason, knight c5 was played b3 instead of bishop c4, which was our main consideration. But the point being that bishop c4 may fail into b5. And we cannot secure this a2 g8 diagonal because of knight e3 check, and bishop has to retreat the knight e6. Knight c4 b3 was played instead. Can't get the point. Maybe knight e4 was the threat. Now I see it. h6. No immediate knight e6 for some reason.
Oh, maybe Valentina decided it can wait. And what? Yeah, but then what? It's hard to explain.
This is hard to explain because now white. Well,
it's really hard to explain.
Sufficiently, they improved the king's position.
Why why king e5 was not played? That's just, I mean, you do this move automatically.
Yeah, it's like a pre-move.
What can be wrong with this move? No, okay, yeah, but the idea is to play c5, right? But then maybe king c4, maybe it is tricky. So Valentina, and b5, yes, and b5.
Wow. Now king d3, at least we provoked.
Yes, b5. No, but still, before, king e4, or even before immediately, even before, even before
immediately. Even before, for the draw, it's not, but king e5, maybe
yes.
the ball is on the other, so ball's possession is...
But then...
Isn't Valentina's good?
What Valentina is thinking
hands
about,
or legs?
And what is this?
So d4.
This is a reason.
c5 probably, then king d3 has to be played.
Yeah, but king d4 was anyway... yeah, well, okay, king e5 then.
Just an interesting endgame idea. So Valentina just shows off that black is not even worse. They can even try to...
No, but with knight on d6, I mean, black has nothing to be...
Easily holding.
There's nothing to be worried about, actually. So...
The knight is currently on e4, so knight d6 can be played, but there is no reason to do it immediately.
So c5 is played.
But when was the moment where...
King d3.
When was the moment where Garifulina could really improve her game? Maybe not hurrying up with f4.
Maybe, but then knight will come to e5, maybe.
Yeah, once again, what was wrong with b4?
I like this b4. Oh, then king e5.
King e5, we play f4 then.
Now I take, and you
take.
I'd even go back, maybe, or knight, king goes. No, okay, f6, yeah, king d4, right? Knight f8.
Knight f8 you have.
Knight G6.
Yeah, knights go to G6 and it would be hard to progress. It would be hard to progress there.
Yeah.
Initially, it seemed to me that white has good chances, but the point being that the black's pawn structure on the queen side is not spoiled. So the pawn is not on b6. White's king doesn't have any tasty routes. Knight d6 is played instead, so instead of king e5.
That's strange, yeah? Strange that Valentina just retreats her knights immediately.
Because king e5 was possible.
King e5 was possible.
It wouldn't affect black's position for sure.
Yeah.
Well, so seemingly Valentina is holding all the games except Chigaev, Vitugov are in progress. And maybe let's go for the short break. And of course we will be back very soon, following all the games and creating some good quality hand analysis as it could be. So stay tuned, don't turn off, we'll be back soon.
Уже свыше 40 тысяч жизней унес коронавирус с тех пор, как все началось.
COVID-19 уже в 80 российских. Медики предупреждают, в зоне риска заражения в основном находятся пожилые люди. Им рекомендовано не выходить из дома без острой необходимости.
Мы стали выявлять невидимых людей. Это те, которые живут в своих квартирах, не выходят из дома вообще в силу своей немощности.
Люди были напуганы, была паника и была растерянность. Мы предложили организовать колл-центр по приему обращений пожилых граждан.
Разместила телефоны горячей линии, памятки, как вести себя, к кому обращаться.
Мы доставляли продуктовые наборы, вещи первой необходимости, перчатки, маски.
И у нас не только психологическая служба, у нас еще юридическая служба, социальная служба для тех людей, которые оказались в ужасающих условиях.
Перед тем, как выехать, позвоните, пожалуйста, участнику. Бабушки все предупреждены, но они ждут вашего звонка.
Куда можно поставить?
Вам берегите здоровье.
Мы не можем.
Мы не заразные.
Что-то надо будет?
Ой, девчонки.
Мурашки по телу.
В эту камеру будете разговаривать со своим сыном.
Сыном. Я чувствую, что я не совсем брошенный человек, что кому-то еще я не совсем безразлична, а это много значит.
Они так о нас заботятся. Дай Бог здоровья. Всем дай Бог здоровья.
Единственное, что бы я хотела сейчас, это просто вас обнять и расцеловать. Коалиция – это про то, как много могут сделать люди, когда просто объединяются.
Я чувствую, что от каждого из нас многое зависит.
Мы вместе огромная сила.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность –
это норма.
We are back. And this is the position, the actual position in Dubov Nepomniachtchi game, and it really seems
quite disappointing for black.
Yeah.
So the mate is threatening, queen d4, queen c3. One of the fewest reasonable attempts to not to lose immediately. Queen takes c6 probably can be played. King f8 is the only move, and then simply queen takes a6 decides the game.
At least, yeah. At least queen takes a6 is good enough.
And just a massive blowout by Daniil Dubov. Brilliant game. Queen c3 is played instead. Still queen e6, king f8, queen a6. Can't see the reason why it cannot be played. Yeah, just winning. This is the actual position.
Will be played.
And Daniil looking for the alternative options, but queen a6 seems to be the most reasonable.
What do you think? He will try to resist or just resign?
He'll resign. I think it seems that this is the right moment to do it.
No. Rook e1 is played instead.
Rook e1?
Yeah.
But then rook e8 was
d6.
d6.
What? And queen f6 falls to rook e4, rook f5, bishop f6, mate on g8. So, yeah.
Rook e1. Well, also queen a6 was winning, but rook e1 could be even stronger. And if rook d7, well, frankly speaking, I do not believe it can be holdable.
Still d6.
d6, queen f6, rook f5.
Rook f5 still. Maybe rook takes d6, rook e7, king g8. Let's find a mate there. Okay, at least rook takes g7, of course. But maybe...
Maybe queen e8 is winning. I don't know, king h7 there is.
Yeah.
Well, rook g7 will be played there. Just not to give any chance, and white is exchanging a pawn up and having a mating attack. Rook e1 is played instead. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, and let's say if rook goes somewhere a8, which obviously looks quite awkward, but who knows?
And queen takes, maybe h4. Intending to play rook e5.
e5, yeah, that's the idea. Well, it still might be winning, but just to be sure and be even safer, I would take on a6 instead of rook e1.
It's not in Daniil's style. I would do it too probably, but Daniil is not that person.
Yes, it's all about
when he can
taste and well, rook e1 is also winning quite convincingly.
Queen takes e1.
So queen takes e1 and b4 will be played.
Rook g7 is hanging.
Yeah, rook g7 is hanging probably. Yeah, bishop f6. Queen h4 is a move. Not a bad one.
Desperate at a to attempt to continue this game.
Then rook d6. Well, still not mating. Maybe it's even a bit unnecessary, but who knows? Check, king d7, queen h3, and then king goes to c7. Well, it still remains absolutely winning. We can find an easier way, obviously. Bishop f6.
Okay, queen h4, as you suggested. Rook d6.
But literally everything is winning.
Mm.
Queen e6 is also winning. Well, let's just guess what Dubal will go for. Queen h4, rook d6.
No, I was thinking about queen h7, but then still king e8.
You mean check? What or what?
Queen h7, I think.
Bishop takes.
Then pawn takes and g6.
Yeah, it's still clearly winning. But then
h4.
h4. That's quite easy. Well, no one is. I will just wait for Dubov to play. Brilliant game by Daniil.
Right.
Looks like black has spoiled every single square on the board. Knight is on f5, another one on c4. But black has a pair of bishops, but they are that ugly, and it's better to trade both of them and keep on the board.
Mm-hmm.
Knight g5 was played. Lastly,
well, at least black managed to transfer his knight to g5 and somehow
it seemed
stop.
Seems that some tactical blow might decide the fate of the game.
Mm-hmm.
Still don't know which one exactly, but it feels like it should be completely, at least much better for white.
Mm-hmm. Well, still, if black managed to consolidate somehow h6, rook e8, bishop f8.
Yeah, so h6 is an idea, obviously.
Yeah, h6 will be the next move. Black, if he allows to do so. Maybe so. White need to play h6 himself, but then g6 and things are...
So it might be not that clear, right?
Maybe not, yeah.
Well, still trying to find some. Yeah, rook g3, that's the move I've also wanted to make, because now white had a threat. If, let's say, h6 obviously will be played, but let's say if simply black ignores white intentions, we can take on g6, or starting with a takes before, c takes before, taking on b6 either with f or c knight, and then playing queen d2. This is a double attack, and probably this was Yesipenko's idea. Then h6 is gonna be played for sure. Yeah, h6 is urgently needed. And still, if we play queen d2, was gonna be the refutation.
Yeah, this is rather unpleasant.
It's not easy to hold this b4 pawn. Maybe b3 could be played, but then it spoils everything.
Yeah.
So rook g3 is somewhat I do like. Quite a complex game, while white started to push the pawns on the king side, and then when black tried to create some counterplay on the queen side, spoiled everything, and then we can switch the plans. switches the direction. And white is clearly better. So with our Artemiev, we've got fe4, f4 there, and knight d3 could be the move, but then queen goes to g3, and it's not that clear how black will proceed. Still some queen take d5 could be the line. Still a little bit tricky.
Still, then maybe just take on d4, just take d4 and c5. d4, right?
Yeah. If c5 then d4.
No, I'll take on d3 first. No, first, yeah. Then c5.
I think it's more or less the same.
Yeah, d4 anyway, yeah.
Then bishop goes to e4, f5, and black shouldn't be that bad. Well, still slightly worse because these double pawns are usually...
Yeah, but maybe it's just
stuck.
nothing, yeah.
But just good drawing chances.
Bishop e4, I mean... Yeah, black should not be that bad.
And if you retreat to d2, first I play rook e8.
No, I should retreat to f2, I think.
f2, and then still rook d3 is not hanging, I will start with a5. And the black is somewhat solid.
Right. Oh, then maybe rook e1. Maybe I would put bishop on e4 first.
Okay, you can start with f5 then, instead of a5. Not showing your intention.
Yeah, but rook d... Oh, maybe then b4. No, okay, still, it should not be that bad, no. I believe
we just
should be fine, yeah.
Put our king to d5 and we'll be holding for sure.
Yeah.
So f4 is played, maybe knight d3. But then I think the point being that after knight d3 we just take d3 or play f5 first.
f5, yeah.
Yeah, I want to take on d3 and then play f5, f6 also.
Also, yeah.
So let's say just the very forced line. Yeah, queen has to retreat to... But where? Queen c6 probably. At least intending to take on c4. Maybe queen g4 instead.
Oh, but then it is really dangerous for black. I mean, f6 will be pushed somehow. Oh, okay, maybe rook takes d3 first, simply.
Yeah, rook takes d3 and
rook
pretending
d4 and then f6, and then with such weak black squares. No, that is very dangerous.
That's dangerous for sure, but still has to be calculated properly because not a lot of pieces on the board, a lot of open files, rook e8. So let's say
f6.
f6. The point being that I'm not really... Yeah, still rook e8. If you take on g7, take on g2. Pretending to be fine.
Rook g4? No, rook g4.
Rook but g4. It still has to be considered.
Yeah, but still, I don't want to. Just rook g4, queen f4.
Rook g4. G6, queen f4. It could be a mate. No, but then queen e4. I'm holding.
No, okay, but in my
you can start with queen h4.
Queen h4, yeah.
A better way to proceed. So Artemiev is slightly worse there. And f4, what could be met?
On a general, f5, f6 is a threat.
Yeah.
It's a threat.
Clearly.
So, like, should do something
I do believe knight d3 will be played. I don't know.
Still, yeah?
The other logical option is to play d5, but still f5. White has a strong pair of bishops. Not clearly how black will manage to hold everything. And for instance, I also can try to play c5 instead of taking on d5. Svidar could possibly bounce back. This is the current position. Rook d6. And now Dubov started his calculations.
No, but queen h7, king a8 can be played. Not still, maybe just check with the queen a8, then it's completely lost, but No, okay,
No, but nothing is
black-
hanging. You can take on g4,
Yeah,
play
nothing hanging.
b4.
Yeah, okay. Maybe white should not give up the rook. Maybe rook g8, rook a8. Maybe this is the right way.
Yeah, this I also prefer.
Rook a8.
Say
Still
b4.
bishop, maybe bishop b7. No, but then rook a7.
Rook a7 is just mating.
Yeah, but maybe bishop b7 somehow. Oh, still hard to believe, but
Yeah, I don't know what is the reason to analyze it because it's completely winning.
Yeah.
Okay, but you've started with queen h7, right?
right.
I don't know why we decided not to play it because it's just an easy win. Then play check, king d7.
No, the point is that king is rather safe on c7.
Yeah,
Cannot be mated immediately. But maybe g4.
h4. I'll
Or,
say.
yeah, okay, maybe. Yeah, I thought about g4, but also.
Rook takes h5. Well, black shouldn't be in time, for sure.
Yeah.
But this is the current position. Rook g3, b takes e3, rook a3. Black has spoiled everything. Bishop e6, the last attempt to take on c4. The first and the last. Do white has a tactical refutation?
Yeah, I think that even b3 should be considered. Then white can proceed with queen a1.
White can invite for knight e4 there. The point being that after knight e4, d takes e4, bishop c4, there's some bishop h6.
Nice tactics. Right.
This is an idea, so queen d4 seems more or less logical, but then h6 can be played.
Queen d2, yeah. Yeah, but that's why maybe.
And then we play queen c3. But the point being that I'm protecting the knight with the queen and I won't take. So it's e4 is no more hanging. Queen f6 can be played, but black's pieces look a bit stocked.
Oh, one more game, just finished. Yeah.
So quickly. Oh, it's a cute tactical blow. Queen c8, knight g5. But why not still knight c4? What was the reason to not to play knight c4? It's mysterious a bit. Because queen c8, okay, aiming to play c5, I might get it. Knight g5, c5, bishop takes, b takes c5. Well, it could have been blown, but it's still hard to imagine that black can lose his position just in a few moves.
Yeah, but what? Yeah.
A knight e4.
No,
yeah, just knight takes.
Knight takes e4.
Bishop b2, queen c8. This is somewhat very unusual, at least. What was wrong with rook c8? Just tell me.
Yeah, but maybe black became very ambitious here and just decided to mate her opponent.
No, but queen c8, rook a1, bishop e7 is a bit strange order of moves. Then knight d5, of course, knight g6 and queen g6. Cute tactical trick. Well, everything has gone wrong for Getman in this game.
Okay, but here it was. She was fine. No,
after queen c2, at least the position was playable. Maybe slightly worse because of knight f4, rook d1, the king.
No, even in that position. I mean, two moves later, she seemed to
pawn
be
takes, bishop
absolutely
takes.
fine in this position. No.
So what was wrong with rook c8?
Rook c8. What about h6 simply? Knight e4 then. Yeah.
At least it seems quite logical.
Yeah, but maybe there is maybe queen e5 something. Yeah. Bishop d4.
Still don't believe that it can be the
maybe.
But then knight e4.
Knight e4 then. So still some.
Okay, queen f5. I'm still ambitious to find the move. At least we can play knight g6. It cannot be losing for sure.
No, this position seems to be okay. And what about h6? What just simple h6 if we are afraid of something.
Yeah, I couldn't get the whole point.
Maybe
knight e4.
No, but maybe another knight e4 also. And
why not c? C seems more logical.
This also, yeah. Okay, anyway, knight takes, I guess, yeah. Or even queen takes.
Maybe queen takes, that's what she didn't like.
No, queen takes, then queen takes and knight c4. And it's more or less okay.
It's still, it has to be calculated.
Bishop f2.
Bishop
maybe,
f2. Yeah. Well, that's just an equal position.
No, but knight takes e4. Knight takes e4 and black is in trouble.
And knight takes e4.
Knight d7. No, sorry.
Are they?
No
yes,
move, yeah.
yes, they are. They are.
And
so now, but in this position, knight g6 seems
safe enough.
Absolutely fine. At least black is not mated. No, but then it was a disaster. Garifulin is still trying to...
Who is trying?
I think White is trying.
White is now trying, yeah.
With his knight d6...
Yeah, but what happened actually? So Valentina was completely safe and now... Well, maybe she's still safe.
I know. So Valentina is trying.
Valentina is...
What was the reason of f4? I don't know. Just a nonsense. Yeah, so she figure out that knight d4 is losing. Knight c5, bishop c6, knight b3, g5. Well, it still might be a draw, an easy one. Pawn takes, king f5. Can't believe it can be dangerous for black.
That also, yeah, but maybe even knight d2, yeah. No, takes first, takes first, and knight d2.
But then you allow me king g4.
King g4, yes, and now knight b1 is losing because of king h5, I guess.
It could be, and your knight is, seems to be restricted.
Just cut off. That's a typical study, yeah.
Yeah.
When knight is
cut it off.
Worse than bishop.
Anyway, king f5 is making a draw.
King f5 is a draw. Should be g6. Yeah, should be played.
G6, G6. Probably the only move, by the way.
Probably the only move, yeah.
King takes, or knight d2, no, knight d2, king e2, taking the pawn, taking on f4.
Maybe still some troubles, yeah, for black. King f6, bishop b5, right?
No, I do not believe.
No, but yeah, I'm just in time, knight c5, just in time. So king f6 is the safest, maybe. Yeah, king f6. King
f6. How do we play? Bishop d5, bishop c5, knight c5, bishop b5. Then knight c5.
Knight c5 still, yeah.
And white is in Zugzwang. If it was black to move, there are some troubles. Some small troubles, but then king e6 also should hold easily.
King e6 is also holding easily. King will go to c5 and then...
So Galyamova winning her second consecutive game after her loss against Kashlinskaya.
Right.
So
she was inspired by that game.
Yeah, by that game, yeah.
She felt be proud as a co-author
of one of the most beautiful games of the
masterpiece, and has been inspired. What's going on in
Leaders
game?
Yeah. Knight e5. C takes, E takes, knight f6. Rook takes. This is kind of typical. And black shouldn't be worse there. But then f5 comes. Bishop takes, and it's black to move.
I would say that this is quite a double-edged position now.
For sure.
And very far from being clear that maybe white is not worse at all.
Maybe white is not worse at all. It seems to me that black still should try e3 move.
What about simple queen e2?
And I need to double on the diagonal somehow. Queen d6.
Queen d6 then. Oh, still, maybe I just can take a pawn. I don't know.
And then I thought I had a choice, but
maybe at some point I should take on g6. Okay, I take g6 here. Sorry, just take. No, after queen d6, I'll just take, and probably just take on e3.
Yeah, that's quite convincing.
Queen d5 should be played, right?
Knight f or rook f3.
Yeah. Maybe knight. Once again, it is not clear.
Not clear at all. But feels like white is out of danger. At least they have an extra pawn.
Yeah.
Bishop e6 is hanging. Knight g4 probably can be played.
I'll at least check.
King g7.
Even bishop take g4.
Yeah, I thought it's a forced draw.
5.
For instance, you play queen e5, queen takes knight. I saw it. I have knight c2, but the rook f7. Still, black may be holding, but now it's getting a bit risky because white is a pawn up, g4 is hanging. Some troubles. Because at this point, I thought black should be fine, should be doing well, but with this strong knight on e5, we shouldn't underestimate white's position.
After e5, it became unclear, eh? And with time travel approaching.
Rook c7, rook f1. Maybe there is a better move instead of bishop a3. I don't know.
Maybe that this is a different story.
Yeah, I can see. So this is the current position, and black is in a small danger. Can we simply play g5? Queen goes d2, and I thought we had sort of knight d5, but then f6 is coming.
Yeah.
And if g4...
Or maybe check first and then bishop g2.
Well, rook c2 still very double-edged, but it feels like white should be risking it again. Maybe just approximately equal.
Maybe.
Yeah, God knows. And Gorechkin and Kashlinska, this is the current position, and yeah, it's just, yeah. I don't know what we should analyze there. Just scroll all the moves. I hope we haven't blundered anything.
So what happened on that?
Knight b5.
Just knight b5. Yeah.
So she didn't play a4.
Yeah.
Cute. Yeah, so this
draw is agreed.
And draw is agreed finally. Good game by Alina.
Yeah, very convincing, equalizing with black.
And Gira against Guseva. White is still pawn down.
Oh, but this is bad news for Olga.
This is a bet, but not that much.
No, maybe not that much, but she cannot be better.
Yeah, but now black is trying. At least black is trying. And what is the black's plan? Play knight e3, double on... No, knight e3 is in...
Rook d7 and then rook
double
d8 if allowed to, and then knight move somewhere. Yeah.
And white has to find the refutation against this pawn. Otherwise, this weak b3, a4 pawns could become a target.
No, but what happened? Why Olga
Rook f1, knight d5 was played. Rook a d1. Rook a d1 looks a little bit empty.
Right. Maybe she needs to double as quick as possible on the e file. Just rook e2, rook e1, and just grab the pawn.
This is one of the ideas. Yeah, rook e2 also, I would really consider b3, bishop b2. Is the another option.
Right.
Yeah, but rook d1, bishop d7, rook d3, rook e8. Knight d6 was played. What knight d6? I would leave this knight on c4. I would rather save it.
Having knight e5 sometimes in mind, right? I mean,
even there.
Knight e5 eventually. So yeah, I would agree that b3 then and bishop b2 could be a good plan here.
Probably that was the position where white had to make a direct, to equalize directly, but they seems that they failed to do it.
No, but rook e1 seems fine to me. Then rook e2 is a very natural way to proceed.
Rook e2, yes.
I would play rook e2 here.
Let's say if black just does the same, rook e1, rook e8.
Oh, maybe b3.
Then even bishop d6 is absolutely fine.
Yeah, but I'm sorry, I'm missing always bishop b4, bishop b4.
Bishop d.
No, but then rook maybe a rook needed to be placed on e4. Sorry, rook e4 in the beginning.
I think it's just more or less the same because after bishop b4 played bishop. So my bishop was on e5. Sorry.
No,
okay.
so rook e4 probably.
Rook e4.
Right.
Even more ambitious.
Still rook e1, rook e8. You said, right? Maybe
bishop d6 equalizes easily.
Bishop d6, yeah, or maybe b3 can be, but then somehow I'm worried about this bishop. Yeah, exactly. Bishop b4, knight c3 stuff. But still,
anyway, it was equal,
there.
but this position is slightly better for black. Slightly better.
Yes.
Extra pawn is an extra pawn.
Yes.
No mercy.
g6 is the last move, vastly played by Marina. Just preventing any kind of provocation from white side. And this is quite sad situation for Olga. She is not g4, but then it's also committing. The bishop on h3 is cut off now.
g4 looks a bit inaccurate, but maybe she's tried to preventing from some knight transfers after doubling.
And still rook d7.
Rook d7. Black has a clear plan. Rook d7. Well, I'm not sure that white is aiming to play g5 and then put the rook on h3. It seems a bit too long.
Too long, yeah. And also giving additional squares to black knight. I'm rather pessimistic about white's perspective in this game.
Yeah, the knight is quite.
It seems like
quite strong.
Olga is completely out of shape here.
In the whole tournament.
In the whole tournament, yeah.
Yeah, of course, her performance is much lower than expected because she was in a Russian champion in the previous year
and tied for first
2 years ago.
Yeah, the year before. And now after rook d7, rook d8, I mean, the hard struggle for draw is ahead of her, I think. Unless we are missing something important, but it doesn't seem so. Rook d7, maybe some tricks with f5 can be tried.
Not
f5,
exactly
e
there.
takes, g takes, but still hard to believe. And this probably doesn't work properly. Maybe rook e5, f takes. Sort of king e7.
But then you take on d7.
No, okay, but this is dangerous. So okay, maybe black is losing. But still, f5. Well, even g5. Should be good enough.
That could be the reason. Yeah, now bishop on h3 looks quite awkward, being quite awkward. In the men's section, still a lot of games are in progress.
So what happened after this? We were very curious about Sergei's idea after rook b1. Yeah, what happened? f6, yeah, and just rook c3, rook c6, sorry. What is wrong with knight a4? Just
Knight rook d6 check.
yeah, still f6 preventing e5.
Yeah,
I see. Yeah, that was the point. Well, Minister of Defense. Nothing to add.
yeah. Well, White has improved a lot, pushing all of their kingside pawns, but not a lot of chances to create
break through.
something.
And now I don't like White's knight on b3, so
Plays a bit awkwardly.
well, yeah, White needs to exchange the pawns as quick as possible, otherwise he can find himself on the weaker side easily, I think. f5, can it be played? But no, somehow maybe f5 is still okay, yeah? But then even, I don't know, even g6, because this knight is...
no, but then your
clearly-
pawn is hanging with the check. This is
yeah,
the point.
it's check, yeah. Okay, maybe f5, White is still okay.
f5, you can try.
No,
What?
no, bishop e8,
Bishop
bishop
e8,
f7,
somewhat
just
like.
transferring bishop to f7. Cannot be bad. Oh, still I don't like White anymore. Just not. He should take on
Yeah, I may
b6
agree.
as quick as possible. Otherwise, I mean, maybe by the way. No, it is not too late. Okay, just take queen, rook takes and rook c1, for example, equalizing completely. But it should be played. I mean, no, of course, Vladimir is very experienced player, and he will not miss the critical point of the game.
I
so-
do remember his game against Peter Svidler in Russian Superfinal 2017, where he overpushed some deadly draw endgame against and lost against Peter Svidler.
Mhm.
So it's a little bit in the habit of Vladimir Fedosеев to overpush, but it seems that year by year he is getting wiser and he tries not to repeat his previous mistakes.
Right, right. Okay, it should be draw at some point. Even taking a5 and then b6 and proposing draw is offering draw is not the worst possible idea.
True.
Not maybe just. By the way, maybe White is still pushing a bit. I mean, f takes e5.
I'm at e2.
No, and just take b6. No, knight e2. Still, I don't like this knight.
Why?
Bishop e6.
Knight f3. That was the point.
Okay, yeah. Why not?
Even though knight f3, bishop c4, knight e5.
Rook c4 maybe.
I would play this. Knight e5, b5.
b5, yes. Oh,
Nothing.
looks like dead draw.
Yeah. Anyway, e5 is played. And Dubov, Nepomniachtchi, 40 move, queen takes a4. Yeah, it should be. So how Dubov converted his advantage? Well, converting, because he haven't done it yet. Bishop takes g5, pawn takes c4, h4, c3. So, sorry, b4, c3 was bad because of check and queen c5. So b4 was played, check, queen b8 taking the pawn, rook d5, queen a4, taking all of the pawns.
And the game is now over. So congratulations to Daniil Dubov for his very convincing win against Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Absolutely.
And the situation in the tournament is getting much more complicated now. Jan will probably be caught by Sergei Karyakin.
If Sergei makes a draw.
Yes.
Or if Sergei overtakes Vladimir, Sergei will be in the sole first place. The things could change quite quickly in these tournaments. Of course, we would barely expect Nepomniachtchi to lose, but he played against Dubov, and Daniil is known for taking this, for overcoming even stronger opponents and performing much better in the strongest tournaments of
And
the world.
Daniil Dubov moves to +2, right?
Yes, it seems to be.
+2. So both leader will be at +3. So he's just half point behind.
Just half point behind. He has a game against Karekin,
As
direct
well as
encounter,
Maxim Chigaev, right?
as well as Maxim Chigaev. So Dubov, Chigaev +2, +3, seemingly Sergei Karekin and Nepomniachtchi +3.
Right.
Well, it's a long tournament and everything may happen, as well as in the short tournament. But in the short tournament, if you just start well, you usually you do not have enough time to lose everything. But in a long tournament, while things have started to go wrong,
You don't have time
that can
to
make some
recover.
effects on your mood and then upcoming games till the rest of the tournament. So congratulations to Daniil and, well, Isipenko Goganov. So Queen D2 was played. Indeed, H6, Queen C3, F6. Yeah, I know Andrei very well, and I know what he's going to do. King
And just
E2.
bishop take g5. Maybe wise decision. Just, I mean, forget about this knight. Otherwise, one day he could move to e6.
Yeah,
and
why doesn't have any risk? But the point being that it's a little bit unclear how they will break through. But B3.
But h6 at some point.
H6,
Yeah,
B3.
I mean,
Black has a lot of weaknesses.
yeah.
Bishop F8, F3, Queen C6, Knight Fe3, King H7.
No, indeed, it's not that easy.
I know what he's going to do. Queen E1, Queen B7, King F2, Rook King H8. Could he double on it? Could he triple on the A file? But then B3 probably won't be a threat. That is the point.
Because of a takes b3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could be a fortress. That's an interesting question.
And if knight from e3 will go to c3, let's say. and
Probably he
b2,
tries to avoid some
yeah.
bishop takes c4, but it can damage black's position.
Yeah.
For example,
Knight, knight will be transferred to c3, probably. Well, b2 pawn should remain protected, of course. Maybe a rook will be needed on a2. c4 should be protected as well.
Okay, knight e1 is an option, but okay, you can start with rook a2 first.
Rook a2, queen a2, for example, queen f1, I don't know, and then knight.
Black doesn't have a lot of moves. Queen c6. And then we can start creating finally. Queen a1, queen b7. Then we... okay, knight d1 is not that good there.
I don't know if you need queen a1. Maybe not.
Rook 1 a2 is played. I know Andrei very well. Queen c6. I'm pretty sure that will be the moves. At least he will put the queen on a1 and then he will think what to do. This is the point.
Should he be careful of something or for something or
not really?
Not really.
Not
yeah?
really. The another point is to play
safe,
knight d5 instead of knight d1, inviting black to take on d5, e takes, queen takes, rook a4. But still, I think a lot of drawing chances. Queen a4, queen d4. But we have king g2, that's the point. Instead of king e2, which allows queen g1. So king g2, and then this is rather unpleasant for black.
That looks very ugly.
Because it looks like black is playing checkers, and we can just easily like swap off the bishop and change it for a pawn or a checker. Rook 1 a2, bishop d7 is played. it allows knight d5, for instance. Could he play knight d5 even there? Knight d5, let's say. Yeah, looks quite unpleasant. Because it will be a very long game.
Unpleasant for us.
Unpleasant for us.
You'll forced to stay here.
And also unpleasant for spectators.
3 more hours.
But at least the whole setup is quite funny. A pair of knights dominating the pair of bishops. Black has a lot of weaknesses. So knight
easy,
d5, and what will black do?
Okay, what is the threat? So knight c3, yes?
Knight c3 is still not a threat, but at least an intention.
And then queen a1, right?
And then queen e1 then.
Okay, knight d5 is played.
Yeah, once again, I know Andrzej very well. I can bet on his moves. Fedosiev against Karakin, rook g1 is on the board, but could it be missed by Sergei? But not really. G takes, F takes, rook g1. Still nothing special. Rook f8 probably. Or king f7. Okay, white can try h5, I know.
So far I cannot even see a problem in bishop. Sorry, yeah. I can now.
Bishop a6 or?
Bishop a6, yes, no, okay. Bishop
yeah, at least the pawn is hanging, at least. Maybe something more, but rook g1 is still, black should be somehow safe. Can't believe it can be. Okay, there can be anything sufficient for white. And it's Wheeler or Artemiev. So f6, yeah, eventually f6 was played. Avoiding f5, f6. Which rather seems unpleasant for black. Rook d6. A good blocking square for the rook. Rook knight d3, queen g3, and then an endgame, which seems to be better for white for sure.
No, of course.
Rook d4.
Clearly better.
Rook a6, bishop takes d3, but
rook
bishop
f2,
d3 is somewhat quite responsible because we're heading to the position with the opposite color bishops, and
but too many weaknesses. Yeah, a7, d7. I mean,
too many weaknesses. I may agree.
And anyway, this knight should be eliminated one day.
So at least it would be a very long game.
No, I think
white is without any risk playing for the win.
Yeah, what do you say objectively about this position?
Like,
is it winning?
Is it winning or drawish? Well, it's all about a lot of pieces on the board, so it's rather about calculations. But so the main idea that if black somehow gets rid of their d7 pawn, it will be most likely to be a draw than white.
Yeah, for example, change to c4, of course.
Yeah, I mean, like it will increase drawing tendencies and raise drawing chances for Artemiev. But now I can't see the clear way how to. But maybe d5 instantly. But d5 may fail to c5. This is the point. And then b4. Well, this might be that could be losing.
Yeah, but in general, I don't like at all this. I mean, I think objectively, maybe it's just winning. Maybe this is just a
maybe you're right.
Position,
yeah,
just rook d2, king f2, and maybe black should try at least to fix the pawn structure on the king side, playing h5. But still, I mean, too many weaknesses. Too many weaknesses.
Well, if it was white to move, what would they do? Bishop c5, or bishop d6.
Maybe just take on d7. There is nothing.
So they can take. So rook d7 is hanging.
Yeah.
Quite unpleasant. Quite unpleasant, rather lost. So we will see Peter's technique. And Artemiev is also low on time. And it's 10 moves more to make.
Did Peter really win already
the
game?
No, it could be the first one.
Just he's on -1, right?
He lost yesterday, right? It was Rouser against Sergei Korakin. It was his only loss.
Yeah. Okay, rook e7 is played. No, okay, white should not exchange rooks.
No, keep the 4 rooks on the board, of course.
Rook d2 will be played, I think.
Can we try to paralyze this rook somehow? This is the cute trick. The bishop c5, black has an idea to make a check, and if king h2, f5 at least an idea. But still.
But white doesn't need it, of course. So Peter will play rook fd2 almost for sure.
Rook fd2, right? Yeah, probably black will double on e file, then king f2.
So bishop g2 is not.
Yeah, it's not working
for many reasons, I think.
At least because of bishop a7. Also, bishop a7 was hanging after rook e6, so we probably
bishop
can
c5,
take
maybe bishop c5 is immediately.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of weaknesses. I may agree, and it should be rather winning than drawish. In the women's section, what's going on?
Oh.
Some funny stuff.
Well, I don't like that much black's pawn structure now.
I think this is nothing special still.
Maybe
the only
still
drawback is f7, f5, but f5 prevents from e4, and c4 is rather weak than b4, b6 either, or d6. So I think it's just drawish, and black has no risk. I would rather pick black, by the way.
Well, a file is important, of course. Well, a file is very important here. Oh, maybe white can just play at c5 and equalize. R maybe not that's clear. D takes and b5, yes, can be.
Well, but it's still it should be more or less equal.
Okay, black can of course take on c5, but then immediate draw.
Yep.
Okay, white is out of risk, of course.
Yeah, as well as black.
Maybe as well as black.
So we can put our king to d6 and.
No, but then maybe it's easier to take on c5, just
as well.
Just stopping.
Okay, so nothing really special in this game currently. Still Garifulina trying to...
What was this? It's Valentina trying to lose.
I don't know whom is trying actually. g5 was the move, h takes, knight c5.
Knight c5 instead of king.
And king f5.
Still fighting for...
Knight g4, knight d3, but then what? Could the king h5 be possible?
Oh, okay, well, Valentina will probably finish by losing this game. This is quite usual for her. She fights.
Over pushes all the time?
Over pushes. And
no, but what if king h5, for instance?
Actually, she doesn't care of losing. She's trying to win. If she doesn't win, it doesn't.
So yeah, she doesn't know this kind of result as a draw.
Yeah, as a draw.
But that's not correctly. That's not correct.
No, from professional point of view, not of course, but she doesn't care.
Yeah, I just recently found out that it's better to play, at least for starting to play for draw with black pieces instead of playing for win. It's trying to play more solid openings. King d3, king h5. Maybe there is some reason behind why Garifulina hasn't played king h5 yet. Can't see.
It's very hard to see, huh?
Maybe some trick, I don't know.
No, knight e1 should be calculated properly, but I think white is winning there.
Knight e1?
Yeah. So g6, knight f6, king h6. Well, and both f3, g7 is winning, and
yeah, f3 we can just simply take.
Bishop takes is also winning.
Or just g7, f2, g8.
Yeah, everything is winning.
Which is even more cleaner. I still can't see the reason why king h5 is not played yet.
Just incredible.
Maybe Garifulina just cannot believe that she managed to win this position. Yeah, that's amazing.
Knight b4, okay, but still bishop b7, whatever.
Yeah, maybe some trick, but I don't know. And knight b4, of course, bishop b7, or also bishop f3, which
whatever. Yeah, black will never in time to grab c3 pawn.
Yeah, just hard to believe still. And Grigoriev against Shuvalova, and it's hard to evaluate this position. It's all about calculations. I don't know which king's position is more exposed. And now I would rather pick black probably, because of some rook c3 ideas, maybe.
Now, this is not what happened actually. Now I would take
G takes
black once
f5,
again.
yeah, as well as me. G takes f5, that was the reason. Queen d2, knight d5.
Oh, but then
Maybe not queen
d2
d2.
is just waste of time then.
So white can probably start with bishop f5.
Or rook takes, yeah, I don't know. Maybe bishop takes.
What she probably didn't like.
Or maybe rook takes. I mean, somehow, maybe rook takes. Somehow pinning the knight, yeah?
Say e3.
Maybe e3.
Then some checks
what
possible.
about
or
queen e2?
Queen e2, but then rook c1, rook f1. That
Rook
was
f1 or
even-
bishop f1.
Maybe I do have some cool tactical stuff.
That's
I
very
know.
strange, very strange. Queen d2 is, I mean, hard to understand, yeah?
Yeah, so it looks like she just wasted the tempo, because now e3 comes with the tempo, queen d3, and also some rook c3 ideas are possible. And knight f3. Now everything goes back. Rook e1. Still no threats. Maybe black has some time to improve. Still looks solid enough for white. But who knows?
Rook e7 is played.
Rook
Lina.
e7 is kind of logical. But what was prepared against knight e5, let's say? Maybe f6.
Maybe just f6.
f6, getting out this, forcing this knight to get back to f3, either to c4. And then it's not that clear. Let's say knight f3 may fail to some knight f4 ideas, I think.
Mhm.
Or knight f4 maybe is a bit premature, I don't know. Okay, but let's calculate anyway. Knight f4. Pawn takes.
No, pawn takes is
Queen takes.
white obliged to take, eh?
Queen takes.
Mm-hmm. That looks dangerous.
Yeah, I can't even see the defense.
Mm-hmm.
Rook e7 is played, and after knight e5, f6, knight f3 back, knight e4 is idea. It means that knight e5 is just a waste of a pair of tempos. But then what to do? Yeah, black is better. With this pawn on e3, with a blockade knight on d5, according to all chess patterns, black should be better.
Maybe knight h4 should be played.
But
even-
have you
even
protected?
E2, even
Have you
E2.
protected from the same idea, knight f4? But knight f4 maybe doesn't create any threat. That's the point.
Knight e5 is
Knight
played.
e5, then f6 will be played for sure.
Maybe knight g6 is a point. No, not something different is played. h4. h4.
h4, that's another idea.
Mm-hmm.
A good one. I do like even more h4. And if queen e4, then knight f6 at least. Knight f6, queen h4, sorry.
Queen s3.
Queen, pardon?
Knight f4, queen takes e3, I think.
No, I thought...
Or knight f6, knight f6.
yeah, knight f6, queen
queen
h4.
s3, queen s3.
Queen e3 also. And if pawn takes, check, probably.
Mhm. Probably, yes. Probably.
Because after h takes g4, there is some knight f4 trick. It probably
No, but then
works.
this diagonal white cannot...
Cannot expose.
Yeah.
Queen g4, king f8. Queen takes g3.
Maybe queen takes g3 still.
Looks quite scary.
Yeah, but what to do? Position is scary.
I would even consider queen g7, for instance.
Bishop e4.
Bishop g4, you mean?
e4.
Uh-huh. g4. Well, maybe white is still holding, but...
Yeah, but queen e4 should be... Maybe this is the last hope, actually. Queen
well,
e4
I've got an idea. After bishop e4, probably I can try f5, but I don't know what is the idea if you just take on f5. The point being that if you take on d5...
Yes.
You have bishop knight g6
Knight
there.
g6, yes.
If you play rook e3, I saw that I have f4, but still knight g6 is possible.
Yeah, but no,
h4, even 4 is played. H3 is the most logical. Well, it has to be played. Queen check, king f8 is a possible line.
Queen takes.
Queen takes g3.
No, that this position is maybe not that clear, actually, because bishop e4 is a threat. And black should handle it somehow, but maybe that's not that easy.
Well, at least they should be out of danger. Queen g7, it won't be a better position even after bishop e4. Somehow, I don't know, just intuitively. I mean, at least I can take, play rook c7. I can't believe I can lose this position.
No, maybe it's not about losing, but well, okay, white is pawn up.
Yeah, if you take rook e3.
Yeah, rook e3.
Rook c2.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, just it should be drawish.
a3 and knight c4 maybe.
So this queen d2, was it that bad? Or instead of h4, f6 could have been played?
I think queen e4 is played, no?
Yeah, queen e4 is played.
Well done, in time trouble. Yulia finds probably the best
Another
way
option was to play f6.
Yeah, f6 was much more
which we didn't
tempting.
really
Maybe
figure
knight
out.
e6 should be played here, but
then knight is stuck. Then knight is stuck.
Right.
Rook e8.
Maybe bishop e4 is possible. It's still possible.
e4.
Yes. But what is my idea? I don't know. I'll just take a knight e4. Okay, this is the idea.
Queen g5.
Queen g5 then. Maybe bad news. Maybe just a bad news.
Still, I don't know. Optically seems just being complicated. Bishop g2.
At least keeping the bishop on this diagonal. What about king g7?
I play knight h4. Pretending to be fine.
Well, that's true. Maybe that was not that clear. And after queen e4, not the only, but one of the most problem of Yulia that she is very short of time for this kind of position.
And 7 moves.
It might be the decisive factor. What's going on other boards?
Giri against Guseva, finally f5 was the breakthrough.
Finally Olga managed, but it's good for her.
Yeah,
then.
and in this particular moment, yes, it seems that f5 was
but then
even the best reaction.
Things are so
the best version of this
breakthrough. Seems like Marina somehow missed this, and maybe.
Yeah, but still, take on f5, take check. That
check,
could be the
check
point.
Is possible, yeah.
Still king f2.
King f2 or bishop g3.
I would rather play king f2. I don't know why.
Okay, yeah. And something goes to d5, right? Bishop goes to d5 probably.
Bishop d5 or rook g5. If you take on e6, I take with the rook, and after bishop c4, I have a check.
Maybe rook g2. Rook g2 at least.
Rook g2. But rook g2. Yeah, rook g2 is winning.
Why winning?
I don't know.
No, the knight c2 was
king
my
f1.
intention. King f1. No, king f1, then just
take bishop e6, the line is not over.
Yeah. No.
For all of a sudden.
King g6 maybe, yeah.
But black is better there.
Maybe,
black
no, but
better.
yeah. Sorry, somehow I missed Yeah, no, okay.
So I mean, it's probably it's one of the best versions, but still, probably black still can be better.
Yeah, but at least Olga managed to complicate the issue. Maybe bishop g3 should be played. And then even then, if bishop d5, maybe I can just take on e6. Rook takes, yeah.
King takes bishop h3. So no, I take with the king. Provoking you to play bishop h3 for no reason. Maybe it's better not to provoke. Okay, I take. Can I simply take with the bishop? Then rook f2 check.
Okay, yeah, that is. Maybe I should not take if
a pair of bishops. Maybe not. Still a good compensation.
But then maybe you're right. So maybe king f2 should be played, and then I don't know what, and bishop d5, and maybe f6 then.
f6.
And yeah,
this is somewhat I didn't have a feeling that white should.
And then
do in this
hoping
position
for bishop e2, bishop h5.
Okay, rook retreats to
somewhere
e8
and bishop e2.
Bishop e2, I play rook g5 and put the rook on f5. It might be very, very unpleasant because now knight can retreat. We will double on g file.
Yeah, then bad
black
luck.
has a very
bad luck. I'm
easy,
not in
easy
time.
play,
well, I mean, white is not.
So you need to open the center anyway and open the diagonals for the bishops. That's what Gira has to do. So Fedosiev Karyakin is finally agreed on draw. Rook g1, king f6. The draw agreed. So basically, why? I mean, why there? So why white can I take on b5?
Check on rook c2, right?
Check on rook c2, and black just has a good compensation, right? b6.
Bishop moves.
Bishop moves. And even winning. I don't know. Could it be winning?
Maybe.
It could be.
That's true.
Bishop c8.
Bishop e6.
Or
bishop c8.
e6, c8. Anyway,
whatever.
The draw has been agreed. A very tense game, but too solid by Vladimir. Too solid. Much solid. Yesipenko Gaganov is still in progress, and was my prediction being right? Knight d5, bishop e6, knight c3, queen c6, queen a1. Bishop takes, pawn takes, queen d7, knight d5, c6, knight e3, queen d2, king g3, rook d8, queen
it's
g1.
Very funny position.
Yeah. A good knight against the very big bishop.
It looks like, I mean, white is just piece up, but maybe
I just clearly winning, and we can. I don't know. I'm not sure we should start with set c3, but I think in terms of a long game, it should be winning.
It looks like, yeah. I mean, just once again, just piece up. Maybe now actually, maybe white can even switch to another plan just to exchange all the major pieces by d file and then just
and put the king on a3 and just go.
No, just grab the pawn a4 later on. Maybe
but what to do?
Enough. Yeah, but yeah. So b2 pawn is. Yeah.
So let's check c3, queen b6. I do like, and we have to protect this b2 pawn and d3 square.
Yeah, but maybe
let's try queen b1. You can try rook d2, but it seems it should be empty, at least because of knight f1. For example, this line.
Right.
King rook e2, and then rook is not lost.
Not yet.
Not yet. So rook d2, but we can take on a4 probably. I can't see any mating threats. So you take on b2, and then the game goes on, and white is
will be winning.
White is better
if we exchange.
Well, it's that unpleasant to play this position with black.
No, yeah, of course, everything.
Queen c1 is played instead of c3. That's basically a good decision. Now c3 is a threat, winning opponent. I can't see the defense. A4 pawn is lost.
Yeah, C3, Queen C2 is the idea.
Rook A8. That's the last try.
Yeah, but then even Rook D3.
But then B3. White is in time to play B3. Could it be? Probably yes.
Probably yes.
But still, the pawn is not hanging. But then, okay, then we are going to play C3 and B takes A4 or whatever. So at least Isipenko found a way how to grab the pawn on A4. Obviously, that's, well, at least a profit. Rook D8 has to be checked.
Seems to be a very good technical game by Andrei so far. That's still in progress, but I mean, but also C3, Queen C1, or even switching to another plan. I mean, Rook D3 and doubling on D file now.
That's also possible.
Seems very good idea for me. Followed by
maybe
Queen
still
D3.
computer somehow holds this position, but seems that
It's still hard to
it would
believe,
be a
yeah.
torture for Gaganov and.
It's hard to believe. It can be holdable.
What's going on in Peter's game? Rook E7, Rook D2, Bishop E4, Rook C3, Bishop F5. That's another plan. And then the pawns are going straight forward. This is the current position. How we'll push the pawns? The bishop is out of the queen side. Maybe we can even consider Rook D6. Looks lost. Looks absolutely lost.
Maybe Rook.
I would also think about putting the king on C3.
Yeah.
Or A3.
Yes. Yes. Why not?
So let's check king E1. Yeah, the rook cannot move because the A7 pawn is hanging. Well, rook A5 is a move, but then bishop D6 is just pointless. King E1. Black has to stay somehow. Rook C8 probably. Bishop goes somewhere. Bishop D6.
Maybe Rook C6 then.
Rook C6. Bishop goes back somewhere. Maybe I'm giving some chances, I don't know. But still can't understand what's going on, even after C5.
No, C5, yeah. C5.
Rook goes back. I mean, if I'm in time to push B4, B5, I'm winning.
No, but just bringing the king to C3 seems to be a
Rook
very
D4,
good, very
let's
good
say,
plan. Yeah, Rook D4.
Yeah, so black is totally paralyzed. It shouldn't be holding. And if Rook C6 was an idea to play A5, but
then maybe it's a good time to play B4.
Ah, right. So B4 is simply killing. And now, well, Rook has to go back, then B5, it should be lost. Rook B8, yeah. So we need to activate our king. We need to use our king somehow. Also, Rook E7, King E3 doesn't look that pointless, but then Bishop E6 has to be calculated. The Rook will be a bit stuck.
No, I like your plan. Bring the king to C3. Looks more than good. Well, the only thing which white should be careful about is once you play king e1 and moving your rook, bishop c2, for example, king g6 now. If you move your rook,
got it.
Then, but maybe rook, yeah. Maybe.
Yeah,
yes,
king d1
yes,
can
maybe
be
you
played.
need to start with king d1 first.
Then it goes there. So we cannot play rook king b2, for instance, because the pawn will be hanging. But then we will just make some accurate
Peter
moves.
starts with rook d5 first, just to see how black will protect his bishop, but I guess king g6 will be played. Right, king g6 is played. Bishop d4. So what?
So the idea is to play rook b5.
Rook b5.
I got it. Well, another good idea I do like. A very strong idea. Rook d5, bishop d4. Not that obvious.
That's
getting rid of this rook.
Wonderful techniques.
Yeah, I mean, like Peter wins.
Wonderful.
99 out of 100 positions like this.
Technical demonstration by 8 times Russian champion Peter Svidor.
Yeah, absolute record holder. So, yeah, I feel it won't last long. And Yesipek against Gaganov, it would be a longer game. But finally, White took the pawn, c3. But what was the move? Rook a7 instead of rook da8. It would be interesting to hear what was an idea. What was? Yeah, I still got no clue what would be played if rook da8. Probably c3 or b3. Both good.
No, here Alexei realized that he cannot save the pawn. And just...
Rook a6. Yeah, the position is just... Yeah, White is simply piece up. Amazing. That's amazing.
Yeah. Well, c6 pawn cannot be given away, otherwise knight will get d5 square and the game will be...
Yeah, so White is absolutely winning. We can conclude that White is absolutely winning. Because after rook d2, we are not even forced to play knight d5. We can just...
Why not take pawn?
Yeah, we can just take on c6, let's say rook e2, but then knight d5.
Knight d5 then.
White is in time to control every single inch of the board. Yeah, once again, rook c8 is played because rook b5 was a threat. There has been no reason to leave the rook on b file. Rook c8 is played instead. And then king goes to c3, it feels like. Or also rook b7, aiming to play rook b7, rook b5, rook b7. Let's say rook b5, then rook c7. How White will proceed. So White is absolutely dominating all over the board. I would rather consider rook e8.
Rook b8 maybe. Rook b8, rook e7, rook g8.
Wow.
Something
that's
like
cool
this.
Stuff. Or starting with rook e7 first.
Rook e7 first, yes.
Let's say if black trades the rooks...
Just trade and rook a5 I think should also be... rook b7 then. Okay, White.
Take... Bishop has to take, otherwise they are too connected. Still might be nothing wrong with king e3.
King e3, king d2 is still possible, right?
Maybe this is just not needed. Rook c7, well, maybe something else. Rook c5 is played instead.
Okay, rook a8, immediate answer.
Yeah, because otherwise, if rook a7, probably rook c7 and White is winning this pawn. Otherwise, rook a8 is just a waste of a tempo. Rook a8 is played instantly. And Vladislav was only 4 seconds on the clock while making the move.
a5 is an option, but it will be met by...
Yeah, but rook c6 is somewhat...
Rook c6.
Still, still I think...
rook b8, yeah. Yeah, but then b4. And then c4 is...
I don't like the way of pushing the pawns on the black squares. So I would rather push on white. Rook a8.
Yes, let's bring the king to c3.
King goes. Rook e6. King d2. Your other option was to play rook d6 instead.
Rook c7.
Yeah, just chaining the forces. Rook c7.
Not the chance to black.
None of rooks can go. I would really consider bishop c2 there. The idea that if you play rook d7, I have rook b8. At least some practical chances. Probably still lost.
But okay, yeah.
In many ways, but
yeah, but I would be happy if I
at least
I'm
some
given this chance
at least a breath where rook d6 is played. Another active idea, by the way. Then what? Rook a7 or bishop a7. I would play rook a7.
Then
With an
maybe
idea
rook
to
b8,
rook b8, rook b8. That's his. Someone I didn't really give.
But what's wrong with bishop takes a7?
Bishop takes at least some check where the king goes.
Maybe rook e2.
Maybe rook e2 or even king e1, rook g2 and b4. Just push the b pawn.
Yes, right. But yeah, somehow I.
Yeah, but
like
at least some concept play. At least h4, g takes rook h8. It's not needed for sure. Probably still winning, but there is no.
Yeah. I don't like this king on cut on the second. Yeah, bishop takes a7 is played.
Rook d2 check is possible. Well, I've considered rook e2, but I didn't like that bishop can go c2 and still some slight practical. No, but rook b7, bishop b3 is forced. Rook takes rook a7, rook a3. It should be clearly winning for white. This rook endgame with an extra pawn with the rook behind, which is the most important thing. It should be clearly winning.
Yeah, should be easy winning.
So Peter is about to score his first.
Bishop g4 is played instead.
Bishop g4, probably the better chance. At least not giving a rook e2 retreat.
And somehow, okay, black managed to activate his pieces.
I would start with a5.
And rook d2, then just king g1.
King g1.
King g1.
Okay, but then you have a check. Then I play king h2. And my king is safe enough.
Okay, the time travel is just past now, right?
Yeah, I bet a5 should be winning.
Players got some time to think.
After a5, white also has an idea to give this exchange back for the bishop, and this couple of connected pawns will just crush. Will just promote holding each other. Yeah, so no necessity to analyze Isipenko against Guganov. White is clearly winning. And what's going on? Black is 2 pawns up. Sorry. Pardon me. Rook a2, rook bc1, rook b2. It wasn't that bad. But then d5 came. And for some reason... white cannot take on d5.
Because of rook d2.
Because of rook d2. And if bishop d5, still rook d2 winning a piece. Wow, that's brilliant. Brilliant tactical blow by Alexandra. Rook 1 c2, d takes c4. Wow.
But then, yeah.
For all of a sudden, instead of playing c5,
so it seems like Natalia
just went directly into the mating net. Yeah, brilliant tactical decision by Alexander Kostyanyuk. e4, rook b5, e5, king e7. Black is absolutely winning. Rook g8, king e3, rook b1, bishop c6, b5. Yeah, I mean, like, white simply has to resign there. No practical chances. Yeah, it was move 41 and...
No, it seems like b4 is unavoidable, right?
Yeah. Even not b4, okay, winning. 2 extra pawns. Still Garifulina is in progress. It was the earliest game with the queen trade, and g7 is on the board. So if knight f7, what's going on? I can't understand. King h5 was played, king e6, g6, knight e5. Aha. It wasn't that clear.
Yeah.
But I don't know how many tactics occur in Valentina Gurina games, even in the deep endgame. King h6, f3.
G7, yeah?
g7, knight f7 has to be played.
It looks like a draw, right?
It looks like draw.
The point is after king h7, knight g5. Well,
just a draw.
Yeah, but what about king g8? Well, at least knight e6, yeah? At least knight e6.
Yeah.
Or maybe even capture is
no, I would first play f2. You play bishop g2, and then I give knight e6.
Then knight e6, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and then
otherwise
it should be a draw. A very double-edged endgame.
Incredible, Valentina. No, that just I mean, I have a lot of respect to this player. The objective evaluation of the moves she played over the board is a different matter, yeah. But her fighting spirit is really inspiring, and yeah, she is able to complicate matter in any kind of position. Even
knight against the bishop,
such a dry endgame, she found a way to continue the game. Oh, okay, now
it will be a draw.
She is obliged to repeat moves.
And Grigorieva is an exchange up, but queen f2 is hanging. But she has rook f1. So f6 was on the board. Instead of h take g3, bishop e6. Wow. It could have been easily missed by Polina. A very hidden tactical trick. Queen f5 first. Well, just a good tactical vision by Grigorieva. Queen b8, king h7, and then nothing wrong with rook f1.
And after e2, there is perpetual or what?
I can't really see. Well, let's calculate. Anyway, rook f1 was the only move there. Maybe she could have improved her game before. But rook f1 is an only move, right? Or there are some checks.
But what about rook f1?
E2.
Okay, e2, but maybe. Okay, just take. Rook f1. Rook f2. And no, not rook f2. Sorry.
G2.
But anyway, rook f2.
Really?
Yeah, but maybe this is draw. Yeah?
Queen, rook f1, queen e3, king g2.
Queen e2.
Queen e2. And now white is even risking.
But I'm
no,
sorry,
not really. Just g1.
Last try can be okay. Last try can be putting the queen on the white diagonal. Queen b7. And what about? And yeah, okay. Let's start with queen b7 check, for example. Oh, yeah, okay. Well, any moment, yeah.
No, this is the only move, by the way. This is the only move that
yes,
we have to admit.
Yes. Okay, and now we take queen, e1, rook f1, and then just rook f2.
Rook f2.
Yeah. No, I see the point.
What was the reason?
Rook f2, queen e1. I was going to play king g2. But king g2 will be met by h3. Yeah. No.
h3. We take on h3.
Yeah, right. Because if knight e3, then king goes to f3.
But the problem is still this position should be drawish. Well, we can try to approach with the queen, but I do not believe that we can really do it. We just pawn takes.
No.
Be a draw.
That should be draw. Should be draw.
But at least a good attempt. Maybe somewhere before rook a6,
And
queen
it's
g4.
still, no, this position can it be? No, probably not. Probably cannot be playable.
Queen a6, pawn takes, and well, maybe something else. Not really. Queen check, king h8, queen b7.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's logical. Queen f6. Pardon, what's going on?
I'm sorry. And what about simple?
Rook e2 is possible.
No, but queen b7, queen c8, and queen c2 also. But then e takes d4.
Okay,
right?
I've got the point. Queen check first,
Yeah.
king has to retreat, and then rook e2. Then queen f3.
Queen f3.
At least I can protect the rook, but then you take on d4, and it's very complicated.
It's a funny position.
Okay, let's say I've got the check. I'll try to play. At least we're out of danger. King has to go where? I don't know. I mean, king h7 is a mistake because of queen c2 at least. You're forced to play e4, and I'm not sure black is holding. It can be lost. King g7 is an only move. Then we try what?
We can bring our queen to c2, but
then e takes d4.
But c4.
Queen c4.
But yeah, queen c4
Yeah.
now. If king goes to g7, but then queen c4.
Queen c4.
No,
maybe
h takes g3 at least.
h takes g3.
H takes
g3. Yeah, that's insane.
That's absolutely fabulous. Not maybe e takes d4 is good enough for draw, I don't know.
I would also consider knight c3 some stuff.
Right. That can be even.
So which probably black is holding. Probably black is somehow holding. So finally the draw agreed in Valentina winning a game.
Ever draw for Valentina.
So she haven't made a single one before?
No,
Really?
no,
Wow.
this is the first one. And just before she's really forced to.
Yeah, so she, no other options.
She's condemned to draw. And
Yeah.
This is the only way to make draw against Valentina.
Obliged,
yeah.
condemned. Yeah, while Gunina was condemned to make a draw, Grigorieva is not condemned yet. And Giro is trying to condemn Guseва. Rook f5, so what's going on in this game? G takes f5, pawn takes rook g8, king f2, bishop d5.
As predicted. And
But I
then-
think my intention was to play rook. No, bishop d5, exactly the same. f6, rook e8, rook e3 instead.
Rook e3, yes.
That's the most logical for sure. Rook g5, king e1, rook g8. Yeah, she just does all the same. Doing all the same. Rook f2.
right? And rook f5.
I'm not sure about this rook f5. This is somewhat I do not like there.
Well, white idea is...
I would rather get rid of this e3 rook instead of f2 because f2
but-
is quite passive.
Yeah, but how?
First, yeah, I thought I can play rook g4 first. Because this rook is protecting this b3 pawn.
No, this is maybe bishop e2 then.
Bishop e2, then knight c2, there is a check.
The point.
So it means that after rook g4, you probably might play...
No, maybe king d2 then.
King g2 seems quite logical. And then even knight c6, I don't know. Even
Knight
knight c6.
c6, right. Well, still bishop e2, yeah?
Can I try bishop g2 at the moment?
Bishop e2.
Bishop e2. Well, it's still unclear. It's still somewhat unclear. Of course, black is better. Of course, black
Yeah,
is
it
better.
seems to be.
Knight c6, let's
Knight
try.
c6 I like a lot at any moment, just to get rid of this bishop, because this bishop is very important. But bishop e2...
It seems to be lost. It seems to be
Bishop
lost, frankly
d2.
speaking, rook h4.
Mhm.
And also I can take on e5 first, by the way.
Maybe still some tricks, yeah? But bishop g3 maybe, bishop h6 I guess.
Rook h6, right?
Bishop f4 is nothing. Bishop f4 is nothing.
Really?
You
Rook
can take on
f6,
f6.
rook bishop h5, it's not
Nah,
that
bishop
clear.
h5 and bishop d6 then. Yeah.
But there is...
And rook g3 then?
Rook g3, you're still pinning me somehow.
Getting dangerous.
Well, it's not... It's still, I mean, after king g7, black is absolutely out of risk.
You mean even sacrificing?
Even sacrificing the exchange. With these pawns, with a pair of...
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, anyway, rook f5 could be the option, but this is someone I don't really like at all.
What about bishop e2 now? Still knight c2. Still knight c2. What is getting...
Maybe Marina's idea was to play knight c2 first. Which seems a bit tricky.
Can it be that Olga just blunder it? Maybe.
No, I mean, like, probably she could be blundered, but then I can't... No, sorry, king d2 is a mistake because king knight e3 is winning.
What to do?
I thought king f2.
But then I take an e3.
And then g4
and
is
knight
hanging.
g4, yeah.
So, awkwardly, king e2 can be the reason. The point being that after knight e3 I play rook h5. Let's say you take on f1, I take on h7. You play king g6, I play f7. The point being that after rook f8 I have rook g7 intermediate. That's a very complicated...
King f5 still, and bishop d6.
Aha.
Funny.
Yeah, that's funny now.
Funny.
And white is winning. So knight c2 can be included, but it has to be properly calculated. Maybe I'm mistaken somewhere, but at least on the point of idea, it's... It has to be considered, obviously. So king e2, yeah, this is very funny that king e2, the most awkward move is the only one. On the first side, at least.
Okay, let's check it once again. So, but then maybe e takes e5 now,
And then,
but still, yeah.
So
but
we are
still,
including...
No, still rook h3 can be played, or... okay, it's still unclear, yeah. Okay, it's
knight e3, now rook h5, let's check
and
this.
here, yeah,
this brief line.
Seems like...
Knight f1 looks forced, at least.
Okay, knight g4 is now senseless.
Yeah, rook h7.
Rook h7.
Knight f1, rook h7. King g6 is the only reasonable move.
Rook g7 is also possible. No, rook g7 is also possible here.
Yeah, but you know what? This is such a funny position. If you play rook g7, we lead to more or less the same. Let's say king h7, you take on f1 and take on b3, but you're in time to make a draw. I mean, you probably even without playing bishop b8.
No, okay.
So knight c2 is curious, but probably not good, because it leaves the... I mean, it just gives up all advantage. E takes f5 is played, and then what? Bishop cannot retreat because of knight c2 check is hanging. Rook h3 is the most reasonable, but probably the idea was to play what? That's interesting. Still king e6, I think. For some reason. I know, I get it. Then knight c6 can be played. Yeah, you cannot take on h7 because king g6 and we protect the g8 square.
No.
Well, you've got rook d7.
Rook d7 is still there, but okay, black is clearly better, yeah?
Out of danger, yeah.
After exchange and king takes f6.
Well, I mean, hard to calculate, but it feels like... It feels that black is winning. Even after rook f5. King h7, well... Yeah, she has to include a check on b7, it won't affect anything. Or she can include it after rook e2, but then e takes d4. And knight goes to e7 after the check. Yeah, so Natalia resigned. Congratulations for Alexandra. Well, she was just good from the opening, then it was equal and...
Yeah, it was about equal all the game. Then Natalia just blundered in the time trouble, which unfortunately happens. Well, Natalia should not be complaining. She saved all 2 difficult games, and one of them she even won in this tournament.
Against
So
Guseva,
now,
right?
yeah,
Mhm.
I mean, she's given half.
Well, it's not
Point
about
back.
complaining, it's all about...
No, of course, it should be disappointing for her. Anyway, just blundering.
Yeah,
into
but it's
equal position is
more
always
more
painful.
about luck. It's more about luck because sometimes you have a luck, sometimes you do not have. But well, luck is a very it's a very strange
Tricky, yeah.
it's a very strange word in terms of professional sport, because in professional sport there is like 0 points, like 10, like 0.1 of luck included in success. Only hard work and
No,
and
but on the
professionalism
short
and
term,
discipline.
you can be lucky, yeah, as in any sport, and especially in chess.
Yeah.
Especially in chess because the
Yeah, like two close players with the same, almost the same level of play. Just you see one nuance your opponent doesn't see, and it can make the difference. But it makes that your previous work just finally paid off in this particular game. Yes, Sipenko is pawn up.
well, technically winning position, I think.
Maybe he has to bring his king on b1. This is what I really consider. Playing rook a2 first.
Rook was just on an a2.
Ah, okay,
back
well.
from
So it means that not that fast.
I mean,
yes, but then how? Then rook b1, there is nothing wrong with
yeah,
rook b1.
nothing wrong. Rook b1, b3, improving slowly.
No, I wouldn't even play b3.
No, not even b3.
I'll
yeah,
take king d2 and king c1. Nevertheless,
C1, you think? Yeah.
nevertheless, somehow I will. Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
So it's slowly, step by step, but it should be winning. Yes, still Yesipenko and Svidler torturing their opponents. Bishop b6, so a5 was played. Rook d2 checking, g1, rook b2, bishop b6. That's quite reasonable.
2 pawns up should be enough.
Yeah, and no open files, which is the most important thing. Because otherwise, black is hoping for some invasion on the second rank. But they couldn't really do it. Let's say d5. But then, okay, obviously I do not believe in d5 because simply c takes d5, and if rook d8, at least white has just an easy simplification, taking g7, having 4 extra pawns. Obviously it will be enough. The other option is to play h4, but it doesn't seem to be very considerable. Just take on h4. It won't be a long game.
No.
Rook h8.
No, but then there is no mating net.
No mating net. Even if g3, even if you play g3, there is no mating net at all. And a6, a7 coming. g3 is obviously not needed. Rook h8, a6 can be the move. And king goes to g3 in case of checks. So this is winning. Still some fight in Gira against Guseva, and we've got some long games. And Grigoriev against Shuvalova. And maybe it's quite a reasonable time to have a short break and come back for the second time trouble.
Yeah, for the decisive moment.
For the decisive moment.
The round.
So we'll be back very, very soon. Stay tuned.
Уже свыше 40 тысяч жизней унес коронавирус с тех пор, как все началось.
COVID-19 уже в 80 Медики предупреждают, в зоне риска заражения в основном находятся пожилые люди. Им рекомендовано не выходить из дома без острой необходимости.
Мы стали выявлять невидимых людей. Это те, которые живут в своих квартирах, не выходят из дома вообще в силу своей немощности.
Люди были напуганы, была паника и была растерянность. Мы предложили организовать колл-центр по приему обращений пожилых граждан.
Разместила телефоны горячей линии, памятки, как вести себя, к кому обращаться.
Мы доставляли продуктовые наборы, вещи первой необходимости, перчатки, маски.
И у нас не только психологическая служба, у нас еще юридическая служба, социальная служба для тех людей, которые оказались в ужасающих условиях.
Перед тем, как выехать, позвоните, пожалуйста, участнику. Бабушки все предупреждены, но они ждут вашего звонка.
Здравствуйте. Куда можно поставить?
Вам берегите здоровье.
Мы не можем.
Мы не заразные.
Что-то надо будет?
Ой, девчонки. Мурашки по телу.
В эту камеру будете разговаривать со своим сыном.
Сыном. Я чувствую, что я не совсем брошенный человек, что кому-то еще я не совсем безразлична, а это много значит.
Они так о нас заботятся. Дай Бог здоровья. Всем дай Бог здоровья.
Единственное, что бы я хотела сейчас, это просто вас обнять и расцеловать. Коалиция – это про то, как много могут сделать люди, когда просто объединяются.
Я чувствую, что от каждого из нас многое зависит.
Мы вместе огромная сила.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
So we are back to the final moments of the 9th round of the Russian Superfinal in Moscow. And we have still 4 games remaining in progress, and very dramatic situation rising in the leaders of women's section game, Polina Shuvalova. Let's see what happened, and in the position where we thought that black is not so bad yet.
Yeah, because we only consider rook e2 either or rook f1, but there has been simply... Yeah, rook f1 was played, and then after e2, queen b7 first was quite strong. And then on the first side, it seems to be that queen g7 looks quite desperate, but the point being that black has already lost. If king goes h8, if king g8, we simply take the knight with a check. Queen c8 check, and the point being that no matter where black's king retreats, either g7 or h7, if king h7, there is queen c2 taking the pawn on e2, and if king g7, queen g4 with the same idea. So that's why Polina went for the obviously lost endgame, but still like slight practical chances, but it should be hard not to win this position with white. A huge gap. g5, king f5, rook takes d4, king g5.
And here, I think, literally any move wins. King e3, a4. There is nothing wrong with a4.
I think king e3 is even the simplest.
Probably.
Yeah, I wonder a4 doesn't work. Well, at least we have b4. At least we have b4, and if knight a2, there is a check on d5.
Right.
Maybe something
also knight is caught on a2.
Yeah, I also thought that, let's say, king d3, knight a2.
And even b4 takes, whatever.
Yeah, so that's quite...
Maybe then king d2 is more accurate. Then, okay, it really doesn't matter. Maybe king e3 is the most accurate move.
B takes a.
a4 can also be played.
Yeah, so the knight is simply trapped. And surprisingly, Grigoriev, the only player in the women's section, is she the only player in the women's section who haven't won a single game yet?
Yes, she is. Yes.
So she's about to beat the current leader, Polina Shuvalova. That's all about women's chess that you have to know.
That sometimes happens
even in the men's chess
as well.
I do remember one of my round robin GM tournaments when I was 4 out of 5 and I lost to the player who was 1 out of 5. So sometimes it happens. That's chess. That's sports, and that is the reason why we do like any kind of sport, because of the
sometimes
unpredictability. Yeah.
No, okay. Let's see what happens in Giraguseva game.
Yeah, so knight c2 was played indeed. King e2, knight d3, rook h5, king g6 instead of knight f1, which is quite reasonable. Rook h3 and then knight g4 also. Instead of knight takes f1. I thought I can play knight f1. But there is king f1, king f5, and bishop g3. Also f7 is possible. Yeah, so knight g4 is better indeed. So the bishop is hanging, and maybe some tactical motives also. Bishop has to retreat somewhere, I don't know where. Bishop c3, let's say.
And then the pawn can be captured, right?
Right now. Even right now.
Yeah.
See, knight f6,
so
bishop takes.
What about rook g3 intermediate?
But then I thought I can simply play king f7.
King f7, yeah.
And everything is protected. And b3 is hanging, a4 is hanging.
Yeah, the problem for
the pawn structure is quite awful.
She has a very, very bad pawns on the king side.
Bishop c3, it seems that black doesn't even need to hurry up with taking on f6. I just No, I feel so. Maybe we can... But, well, there is no necessity to wait, just take on f6. And if bishop takes, king takes, rook h7 once again, even a7 is hanging, we can take on b3. It might be a winning position for many reasons.
a5 is also possible, right?
a5 is also possible, rook g7, anything.
Oh,
just
rook
just
g7 maybe I like a little bit. But
you'll
still,
play
yeah,
rook
still,
h3 and
yeah.
well, the game won't last long. Rook g4, rook b4, and this a little slightly reminds me Guseva Pagonina game. Well,
So it
White
looks like-
had the same awful pawn structure.
So after taking an f6, Black is just playing for...
This is the current position. Bishop b2 is played.
Well, then maybe White should not exchange bishops. Well, exchange bishop.
And you know, some additional tactical threats connected with the weakness of this bishop on b2. Could it be? Okay, bishop on f1 is protecting everything now, but maybe we can somehow use the placement of the bishop.
No,
I don't know really how, but okay, let's say
pawn should be taken.
knight f6, still bishop takes f6. Otherwise, I can't see the reason.
Yeah, that's true. So, yeah. Yeah, otherwise White is just 2 pawns down.
So Guseva is about to win her game against Gira.
Okay, the game is not over yet, but I mean, she has a very good.
She's quite close to do it. And Yesipenko against Ganov, 67 moves already been made. King g8 was the last move. So what were the last moves? So White was waiting for some period of time. Rook d2, rook b7, winning the battle for the d file, but then the pawn on b2, Black is still chasing the pawn on b2. King g2, rook b7, king knight d1, king f8, king h3. White still needs to find the proper setup. Probably it's not that easy.
Yeah, probably you were right. I mean, bringing the king to b1 would be...
Yes, but still, even after knight d1, king f8, why not queen d3, for instance? The point being that you have to play queen a1. I thought queen a2 is not that good because at least gives me an opportunity to play b4.
Oh, yeah, queen a1.
Well, still you can play queen a4 there.
No, but queen a1 or queen c1, what's wrong with that?
Queen a1 instead. Then somehow I'm getting rid of your queen on a1.
How? I wait.
So but basically it's just the same that has been like 20 moves ago, right? Rook d8, king e2, queen d7, queen c2, queen b7. And White just had to put the king on b1. Maybe Yesipenko saw it and just didn't realize how to... Didn't implement this plan. Didn't find a way how to implement it. Rook a1, rook b8. We try rook b1, queen a6. What was wrong with king d2, let's say? Was there anything wrong?
Yeah, but then what's next?
Then I play, okay, you play, let's say, king h8, no matter. I play king c1.
Yeah. And then how do
I progress?
How do you bring the
I'll
rook
show
back
you a second. King g8, I play queen d3.
Yes. Then?
And it means that still... Okay, you have to secure the d7 spot also. Okay, I play queen a7. Okay. No matter. Then probably I push b3. Then I probably push b3. Okay.
Okay, yeah. Well, maybe.
And Ivanov is much better on time because he has quite simple moves. And at some point it could be risky because, like, if in a time trouble Yesipenko will go for some principal line and miscalculate, it could be quite painful.
So
b1.
Some more moves are played in Grigorieva Shuvalova. Let's see what
rook on
the
b5
position is.
king c4. Pardon me, is it a draw?
Maybe it is a draw already.
Wow.
Maybe still not. Sorry, maybe rook goes to b1, for example, and still winning. Yeah,
of course.
Or rook
c3.
b8, rook b8, rook c1.
Well, I still do. No. It gives some chances.
Rook c1, rook c1.
Rook c1 just killing instantly. King c4, rook b1 is winning.
No, okay. Yeah,
No, of course, yeah.
Rook
I was
b8 as well.
mistaken.
Yeah, rook b8 as well. Yeah.
The point being that let's say
is cut off.
Yeah. Even if you play king c5, a5, knight b4, white can simply play king e4.
Rook takes b4.
Rook takes b4. I wanted to play a6 after king b5, but rook takes b4.
Okay, this is still winning. Not the most technical way, I would say, but good enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
Rook b8 is played, right?
Yeah, knight b4, then a5, and probably black will resign. So the first victory for Grigorieva, and against the current leader.
And second
remarkable day.
Second loss in a row.
Yeah, something has gone wrong. While Shavalova played so deeply and so good in the first half of the tournament, something has gone wrong after the rest day.
So a5, knight c6, a6.
A6. Stylish way.
Oh, but king e4, there is nothing wrong with king e4 also. That's true.
King e4, knight c6.
Rook b6, rook b5, whatever.
Anyway, white is clearly winning. And Svidler Artemiev, wow, we've got a lot of stuff changed. King h2, rook b2 was played c5. Rook a2, b4. Was b4 needed? I don't know. Rook b2, rook a7. Or maybe he just transposed to the... now I've got the point. It's quite smart. It's quite smart decision. If bishop transfers to the back diagonal, say bishop e6 or bishop f5, no difference. We play c6 first. Then pawn has to take, otherwise we just...
And maybe bishop c5, right?
And maybe bishop c5.
And pawn is getting... Oh, okay.
Well, you might have some rook b2 stuff, I don't know. Let's check it just quickly.
King g1, king g1.
King g1 is the easiest, yeah, right. But then I was a bit curious about c6, rook c4. Well, basically it shouldn't save the game. Because of many reasons. But still the game is on.
No, but maybe not c6, maybe just bishop b6. I mean, this should be technical stuff. What's wrong with that?
Well, frankly speaking, I wasn't that sure about it. At least we can try rook b2 or play bishop e4 first.
Bishop e4 first, then maybe rook a2.
Rook a2, bishop d5.
Rook d2.
And then bishop c6.
a6, a7, and it should...
No, well, it should be winning, but...
Yeah, but okay, I see your point, yeah. No, maybe not that easy, yeah.
Or maybe easy, I don't know. It's a matter not of the number of moves, it's a matter of the depth of calculations and the energy wasted. So could it be that Peter transposed to the... Still the position is winning? Yeah, I saw that he's going to win the game in style playing c6, but probably there is no necessity to do it urgently. Rook a3, well...
Bishop f5 is played.
Bishop f5 is played indeed.
Maybe c6, maybe still c6, yeah, maybe you're right. So your suggestion was rook c4, right?
Kinda. Let's check a6. Rook takes c6.
Not maybe just bishop moves.
Bishop moves.
b8, yeah, maybe.
Bishop b8. It's good enough.
But rook c8.
Yeah, but then rook c8, a7, bishop e4. Still the game is on. We can try bishop rook d3. Well, so rook d8. Well, I don't know.
Maybe rook e3 first. Rook e3 first.
Even this should be winning, for sure.
Not that easy, yeah?
Yeah, I think Peter will spend some time calculating this c6 stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And once again, what was wrong with bishop b6, or yeah, starting with a6, which is more logical?
Bishop e4, you said?
Bishop e4. We play bishop b6 still. Then there is bishop rook b2. And this is somewhat we don't really want to allow.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not even sure that white is even better there. Maybe not.
Mm.
Maybe I would rather pick black.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the point being that, for example, if you play king g1, I take on g2, like move rook somewhere, or king f5, a7, bishop a8. I know, but then c6 is winning. Or still bishop c6, I don't know. At least it's getting complicated. Well, I didn't expect it so much. Rook a2, maybe not b4, because after b4 he just gave up the pawn.
Maybe he did not find any convincing way to proceed, because c6
and he opted for a safe one.
maybe c6, but c6 looks double-edged because it releases black's rook. Stuck for the moment on a8, for example, d takes, rook e7.
Can we try to play rook d3, for instance?
Just to take on d7, right?
Yeah, I'm intending to take on d7 while I'm
rook
not...
e8 then?
Yeah, rook e8 is quite logical. Maybe I'm even losing. Well, I'm not losing for sure, but this is somewhat I do not want to receive. Okay, not giving up the e file. Rook a2.
You can play rook e7 with the same purpose.
That's true. That's correct.
Just winning a tempo at least.
But rook b2. Still I can take on d7. Still I can take on d7, but then...
Yeah, maybe c6 now, but...
not 100% sure, but then...
Yeah, but
like,
maybe c6, look.
Still the same idea.
Yeah, still maybe not that clear. But c6 now. After rook e7, just c6, rook g7, rook takes c6 maybe.
Yeah, basically it should be winning
b1,
somehow.
yeah, probably. Or rook b3, just rook f7.
I would also consider...
should be winning, right?
It should be winning somehow, right?
But bishop g4 is still
maybe this
somewhat...
one.
No. But rook f6.
That's cute. That's cute. Yeah, anyway, like b4 was played, and this is the current position. Peter's still considering c6 idea, but it feels like it could be not enough. Once again, c6, rook c4. Maybe this is still a winning position. Let's take bishop e3, you take with the rook, I play a6.
No, maybe then I should just take on d7 first. Why to give up the pawn?
I don't know.
Yeah, okay, let's take.
Take, bishop takes, we play rook, bishop, rook.
No, we should be careful about second rank.
Second rank.
Yeah?
So it seems to be more drawers than winning for white.
Mm-hmm.
Because there are just 4 pawns on the board. Drawing tendencies are quite high. So c6, the main drawback of c6 is that we are trading the pawns. We're allowing black to trade the pawns. Yeah, we've investigated a6, right? a6 first. Then we played bishop e4. Bishop b6.
Rook b2.
Rook b2. So it means the rook a2 might come first.
But then bishop d5. Bishop c4.
Bishop c4.
Rook d4.
Still, it's far from being clear.
No, rook a4. Yeah, still some. Yeah, bishop moves and bishop b5.
Yeah.
No, not bishop moves. Sorry.
So it's rather.
No, not bishop moves.
Rook
c6
c4.
first. C6 first. Sorry. c6 here. You're obliged to take bishop c5.
Study. This
c6 is played meanwhile. Rook c4, immediate. Answer by Vladislav.
Could I have been blundered by Peter? I would waste the tempo.
Oh, yeah, it looks like he just forgot about the rook c4.
Well, could it be that it's still winning? We just don't need to waste the tempo. Let's say bishop f2.
Rook takes.
Rook takes a6.
Bishop.
You have rook c2, a7, bishop e4. So
why bishop f2 then? Bishop goes
bishop
somewhere
g1.
else. Bishop whatever. Bishop e3. Let's say bishop e3.
Okay, no difference between bishop g1 and bishop e3, I think.
Oh, sorry. What about bishop c5? But it should be draw, yeah. Bishop c5. No. Rook takes. Sorry, and yeah. C takes d7. Pawn is still on a6. I'm sorry.
Still some studies.
Still some studies, yeah.
Crazy.
Yes, and
this is winning.
No. But maybe just bishop c5 it is played. Yes. So then Peter maybe no. He should take and just give up an exchange. I'm not sure this position can be winning.
I think it's just a dead draw.
I don't know
because
if it's dead draw or just draw or maybe not draw at all. But it looks that it will be very hard to win. Yeah.
I mean, I think White has no practical chances there.
So let's see, but Polina Shuvalova is not...
didn't resign yet.
What is this?
Knight a6, oh my god.
What is this?
It's just a draw, isn't it? Oh my god.
No, that's just incredible, yeah. It's just incredible.
No, but knight a6, still black is in a Zugzwang. Rook a7.
No, but...
it's just a
positional draw, yeah?
Yeah.
No, okay, king c7. King c7 now.
In the check once again. King b7, knight c5.
King d6. No, but technique is very...
Knight b4. I have even knight b4.
When?
Okay, once again. Knight a6.
Okay,
rook a7 is played. Knight c5.
Yes.
I think it should be a draw. Knight a6.
Yes. King d6. Knight b4, right?
You can't really approach to the pawn.
No, but technique is just incredibly low.
So once again, King e4, Knight a6. It was still winning.
Yeah, but King e4 is very strange. A5 is...
she played Rook a8 there. Oh my gosh. So she just blundered Knight a6 probably. Could it be?
No, but I don't know what happened. But
I don't know how we can play King e4 there. Just play
a5. Is just immediately finish.
Well, that's Russian Superfinals. Come on, you cannot play like this.
No, but just before, 100 ways, leading to...
Yeah, that's a miracle. That's that's simply a miracle. King b8, and that's a positional draw. Knight a6. Yeah, that's also a fighting spirit of Polina. She just believed till the end.
No, but here it's not about. I mean,
This is-
sorry,
yeah,
but
the-
it's
the-
not about fight experience. Just 100 ways to win. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, just yeah.
Yeah, so it's not about complicating a lost position and forcing the opponent to find the only way.
Not even, no, yeah. But here this is not the case. I mean,
Yeah, well,
it's
she just didn't resign, and she's been So, yeah, to be honest, Polina.
No, it's just about luck. Here,
Yeah,
just
this is the one of the fewest way when it's all about luck.
Yeah.
But on the top level chess, this is not about luck. This is about calculation. This is about hard work. I mean, you would never see this in the men's superfinal because all technical positions, I mean, 99% of technical positions would have been won in the men's superfinal. That's about the difference between women's chess and men's chess. That's about the difference in the quality of games.
And even now, I mean, oh, she's on the time, and I understand, but still, she's not. I mean,
she doesn't believe that's a draw, or what?
Oh.
Yeah, we are very sorry for Yulia, but I can't believe it couldn't be. I mean, yeah, I just have no words. How Jose Mourinho say?
The champion's luck. Just about champion's luck.
No, but she's not the champion yet. That she has to face Goryachkina, and Goryachkina seems to be much more solid, even having less points. So, if Goryachkina will be an exchange up, no mercy for Polina. So that's all about luck. And what is going on in Gira Guseva? The bishop is stalemated, and probably black is winning simply, right? They have a lot of tempos. So white's king has to go to the queen side, otherwise we take the bishop, and white cannot trade the pair of pawns. So it means king d3 will be played, king d5, king c3, king c6, I think, b4, and black has a pleasant choice.
No, but maybe not b4, maybe a5 is the best try.
a5.
Ah, but a5, b5, a6 then. Because if b takes, then king c4.
Could it be
sorry, knight b6 is winning, right? Knight b6.
Yeah, knight b6, king goes back, and we just play king b7, forcing to trade the bishop, and that's clearly winning position.
This is just winning.
Yeah, but h4 is played instead, but well, it doesn't change that wouldn't affect the results. King c6, king c4, yeah, or either.
Or maybe still some, I don't know.
No, absolutely winning position. So at least starting with king d3 would still require some little calculation with black, because we sacrifice the bishop and we're
but Olga has something different in mind, obviously, because she did not even play king d3. She started with h4. And now,
king d5.
King d5, king d3. So
yeah, but it's better to start with king d3, obviously, because.
It doesn't matter. We've got this position.
Yeah, basically it doesn't matter because it's still lost.
Knight c6.
Yeah, but my point being that if you start with king d3, king d5, king c3, king c6, b4 at least requires some calculation. Well, basically it's still lost. King b7, we take on b6, probably take on. Yeah, pardon me. It's better to take on b4 first. It's more accurate than play king b7. Bishop has to take, and we have to calculate how to get rid of this pawn via king b6. Looks natural. So it at least gives some drawing chances. King c4, knight c5.
No, but maybe not knight c5. Maybe black should go for h pawn.
Yeah, but how?
Not easy, yeah. No.
Knight e5, king d4, knight f3, king e4, knight g5, king f5, and that's a draw. This is basically how it works. And if she had to try king d3, obviously. In this position, she would take some time and play h4, but h4 was just empty. King d3 once again. I'm just a bit curious if it's just winning for black. So it has to be. I mean, it seems to be winning, but who knows?
So once again,
King c6, b4. C takes b4 is the most logical, right?
What about king b7?
King b7 allows...
the same, yeah? Oh, the same, sorry, just takes twice on c5.
Or even this. Yeah, I would take with the b pawn.
Mm-hmm. But now we have the pawn on h4 already, so...
Yes, but this is just a waste of a tempo because but white is not in time to trade the last pawn. So this is... I'm very curious. Let's calculate, at least. It could be a missed chance for Olga Gira just to make a draw. Even in a very desperate situation. King e6, king d3 once again. King d5 seems logical. King c3. Well, then maybe some tricks connected with king e4, but I do not really believe it. Can't get the point.
Okay, now king c6 is the only move. Or maybe h4. Maybe
yes,
h4.
I've also thought about h4, but I don't really think it can help. b4 still. No, it's just...
Very strange, yeah.
b4, sorry, king c6, b4. Maybe something different is going there. Once again, that's the most principal line. King b7,
maybe,
take.
Yeah, sorry, maybe knight takes. Maybe knight takes. I don't know if it makes a difference, but still, yeah.
King c5, I'm not sure.
King c5, then king c5.
So we have to take with the king, obviously. King c4. This is all about complicating the situation.
Right. No, at least it would be not easy, but maybe with
Olga is probably very, very tired because of 5 hours of playing chess, but this is all about being concentrated on 100%, not on 99%. So h4 is just unexplainable, in my point of view. Just a very empty move, and now black is easily winning. Yeah, even with no... Yeah, just... Such an easy win. Okay, probably her point was to play king f5, but I'm pretty sure it should work.
Should be
play king a5.
King b4, just...
Or maybe we can take with the knight somehow.
Sorry, and then... Yeah, king a5, maybe king e6, yeah, the last hope. No, because king g6 seems to be...
Yeah, it also seems to me...
But maybe not that easy.
No, it should be king b4, king h5, king b3, a5, knight.
No, not a5. Just king g6.
No, but I'm in time to do everything what I want. Everything, literally everything.
Why
I can play c4.
Yeah, but why do you need to take a pawn on a4? Why not c4 immediately?
Okay, I can play c4 instantly. So it should be lost. It should be lost for sure. It should be
lost, yeah.
Well, probably that's all about calculations. She saw that she's making draw going towards the h5 pawn, but then she realized, or maybe she's even didn't realize
we have
yet.
This position, okay, yeah, king d5 played instead.
Okay, check. Or knight f8.
Knight f8, a5, I think this is the last Olga's hope.
I'll be clever. I play king b5.
Right. No, still a6, takes. King c6, yeah, maybe king b7.
Even more clever.
Much more convincing, right.
Yeah, so just to show that white is not in time.
But knight b8 is played instead.
But it doesn't look that bad. I mean, like, black's idea is quite...
Yeah, still...
It's quite clear, so black is, winning not in the only way. So yes, I'm a very...
So Peter Svidler finished his game, or?
Well, it's yet to be finished.
No.
Unfortunately for Peter, he spoiled, I think, a winning position.
Yeah, but now it is not winning at all. Yeah.
I mean, like, I think there is no idea against like playing bishop e6, bishop e5 back. I mean, or the king can go to d6. Not really. Not really. Also, black can try f5, king f6, g5. Nothing wrong with it. Just getting rid of the f4 pawn. Yeah, so the game will end very, very soon, and Yesipenko-Ganov seems to be the longest game in rook d8. So finally, Andrei found the way how to get to the black's king. And what will be, if queen c3, just hypothetically, queen d5 check. No, that's just simply winning because we take on f8. But what has been played? Knight e3, queen h1, king g1. So he finally found a setup. Queen e2, the bishop f8. But then it's just the same position. Queen b1, king g2, queen a1. Show me the plan. b4, finally. So you finally get rid of this queen. So b4 anyway was an idea. And then b5.
No, okay, but b4, I mean, he found the right moment with the queen on a2. What happened? Why queen a2?
Yeah, but otherwise we play just rook d7. Or if you play queen a7, there is rook d8 and we're just invading queen d6.
Yeah, but maybe, and why bishop was, okay, but knight e5 was...
So he finally found the right plan. b4 and then b5. And broke through. Rook f7.
Still queen d5.
Still queen d5, and there is a mate.
Rook takes f8.
This is cute.
Yes, queen d5 is
queen
played.
d5 is played.
Rook d7 is another threat, so...
Yeah.
I think
that's over.
There is no defense. And, yeah, both last games in men's section finish in the same time.
Both games, right?
Yeah, draw in Peter Svidler's game.
Yeah, I'm very curious where Peter actually spoiled his winning position. Rook a2. Yeah, somehow I do not like b4. I don't know why, I can't explain it. Because it leads to some forced line which is even not needed for white. Maybe something instead of rook, of b4. What was your proposal, by the way?
No,
rook e7 and c6.
Followed by c6.
But then rook e7, bishop f3, maybe that
bishop
was
f3, yes.
That was the reason.
Blundering bishop f3, of course.
And rook d3, rook e8, so it wasn't that clear.
No, not at all. No, if it was clear, Peter would find it.
Obviously. What about Gira against Guseva? Yeah, just clearly winning position, a6, just knight h4, whatever.
Yeah, knight h4 is good enough.
Knight e6 is also winning. So it's time to resign. And Grigoriev against Shuvalova, I hope it won't last long. I do really hope. But
no, that's incredible, of course. But what happened after a4? Let's see what happened in that game, actually. a4, I'm not sure that... Yeah, but somehow... Well, she was in a hurry to take a pawn, while pawn is already dead. So I don't know. And then, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's very...
Yeah, that was absolutely...
I'm sorry to say, but very poor techniques. Very poor techniques. Just...
Yeah, so I mean, like, knight king e4 was the decisive blunder, probably.
King e4?
Yeah, I think so, because after knight a6, black is white is
completely winning.
No, but white is forced to play.
What?
Rook.
c5. Knight c5.
So she just blundered in the check. If rook c8, there is knight king b4.
Knight c5. She blundered knight c5. I think. Yeah, I see. So king e4 is maybe.
Yeah. So now it's just.
No, but before let's just show how white should proceed in this position. So.
Oh yeah, rook b8 is still fine.
Anyway.
King b4. Just leave the king on f3. Play a5.
No, a5 is
the simplest way.
Yeah.
If king goes c5, rook b4 winning instantly. But what else?
Knight c6, a6.
Knight c6, a6.
Yeah.
Not that difficult to calculate.
Knight a6, rook b6.
Yeah, so I hope it won't be a long game, and this is the last remaining game in the tournament. But queen d5 still, well, yeah. So it's Gaganov turn to move,
because there are two mortal threats: rook takes f8 or rook d7. So that's
maybe queen a5, but then rook d7. Yeah,
d7 then. Yeah,
indeed. Yep. First victory for Andrei Sipenko.
First one?
Yeah.
Oh, incredible.
Okay, one. He also got a plus on round 7 after Mikhail Antipov withdrew with the tournament, and he's back to 50% score.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, like basically it's still -1, but well. Not a bad start for Andrei. Rookie in Superfinals. The first Superfinals. Well, yeah, I haven't played even a single Superfinal yet. So
Olga resigned.
I have nothing to.
Marina Guseva.
Marina Guseva winning her game.
Goes to +2, I think.
Really?
Yeah.
Even after losing this painful game to Natalia Pogonina.
Right. Even so, she's.
Rook h1. How many moves have we made?
I think so, but not
so already
100% sure, but it seems like she's.
Knight b4, rook b7. This is the last. So already 9 moves made after taking the last pawn, and
it's funny because in men's section +2 should be the clear third.
Yeah.
And while in women's section +2 is a huge tie for the 4th place. Something
really?
Like 4-6 or something.
But this is basically because of a bad start of Yulia Grigoriev, because he loses even every game.
Yeah, but
of
Paulina,
course,
on the other hand, Paulina is scoring quite a lot. So yeah. But
so obviously her result is under all expectations, but the first thing that she has to improve is technique. The technique, obviously.
No, techniques, yes. Let's show this once again, because, okay, here it's about concrete calculation at some point, but normally she should not allow black kings to come back to the business. So this is, I mean, from the technical point of view, is a huge mistake. Okay, this position can be won by many possible ways, and a4, there is nothing wrong, but then king should go, I mean, white king should approach and should not allow black kings. Okay, for example, king e3, I mean, king e5.
Yeah, but
I don't know,
even after taking a pawn, so this position is winning in so many ways.
Yeah, but
she was winning till the last move, till king e4.
Yeah, but you don't need to calculate anything.
Yeah, in terms of logic,
you need to calculate some short lines, at least 1-2 moves. But here you don't need to calculate anything. Just bring your king and just, I mean, this is king c4, I mean, whatever. And this is just a completely dead lost position. The very approach is not good. I mean, letting black king to approach the pawn, I mean...
Yeah, the first thing that you have to improve in the endgame is the king's position. This is the main piece in the endgames,
and also a4 is not necessary move, of course. So
of course, yeah, she had to try to save as many pawns.
Yes, also not in this position. You can start approaching your king immediately. There's nothing wrong with king e3, king d3.
And it was move what?
Doesn't really
move
matter.
53. So I feel
it's not about time. Even in time travel, these moves are very easy to make. Very easy. I mean, this is just incredible.
Yeah, so she will try another way, but... And again, we reach the point when there is nothing to talk about. I mean, there is nothing to show on the board. So you choose the topic of the speech.
Well, which topic we didn't discuss yet?
Yeah, well, basically, I'm quite interested in what's gonna be in Europe, in North America, and in Russia with the tournaments in the upcoming future, in the nearest future, because still, well, some countries still left some sufficient restrictions in entering the country, and as far as I know, the players who participate in the Tata Steel Vaikanzi A group have to serve 2-week quarantine entering the Netherlands.
Mm-hmm.
So it means that it will be a bit unusual, and I've heard a lot of complaints from the participants of Vaikanzi that this is not the best place, not to live, but even to visit, because
how long is the quarantine?
2 weeks, because especially in January, with such kind of cold winds and almost 0 degrees weather, 2 weeks sitting in the same room is, well, that could be a torture.
Yeah, but what is the purpose of this quarantine, by the way?
I think this is a restriction made by the government of Netherlands.
Yeah, what is it with
probably they have a very high rate of infection.
Yeah, but I don't understand. But now the tests are always available. So what? I mean, what's wrong with just testing? That's
a good question. Basically, most of the European countries require only PCR test made less than 3 days before entering the country.
Right.
So this is
and in Russia, the policy is that you can even make a test on arrival.
Mm-hmm.
So you can.
And if, for example, if your test will be positive, what's gonna be with you? So you will serve the quarantine inside the Russia, or you will be departed back?
No. You will be put on quarantine.
So it means, in this case, Russian government will feed the foreigners who enter the Russia and being positive tested on COVID.
Right. I don't know what exactly.
That's curious.
But, yeah.
That's curious.
Well, meanwhile, the game is over, and well, by miracle, Paulina remains in her lead, and sole lead with +5. And
but she has to rethink a lot after this game, in order if she wants to hold the leadership, because she has direct encounter against Alexander Gorechkin tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm very curious to find out which strategy Paulina will opt for the game against Alexander Gorechkin.
Because she has white, right?
Yeah, she will have white pieces, and will she try to be solid, or will go for the most?
Yeah, that's the mind games. That's what I actually like in chess, because you are a half of a point ahead, and you don't. As well as we can see the same story in the men's section. Jan Nepomniachtchi being ahead on a half point playing against Daniil Dubov, but well, Nepomniachtchi had black, and we know that Dubov is quite strong in the opening, especially with white pieces. But that's also about psychology. That's, in the end of the tournaments, psychology matters, at least, in my point of view, at least on 30-40%.
Yeah, definitely. The exact percentage cannot be calculated, but yeah, this is quite high.
Yeah, because I remember how the psychology affects my game and all of my feelings. For example, playing some decisive games, let's say World Cup, Gibraltar. So you're not fighting against the opponent; you're fighting against yourself
right,
and against your thoughts about being quite close to the goal.
Right.
And there are the results of round 9 of the men's section. Maxim Chigayev and Daniil Dubov. Now Maxim remains in the +2, and Daniil finally joins him, Fedoseev being +1. Yesipenko scoring his first victory of the tournament. Peter Svidler seemingly spoiling a good winning chances.
And now the situation is the following. Sergei Karyakin and Yan Nepomniachtchi ties for first with +3, 6 out of 9, and followed by two players, Maxim Chigaev and Daniil Dubev on +3. And what will be the tournament of the round tomorrow? So Yan will play Andrei Isipenko.
Yes.
While Sergei Karyakin will play Vladislav Artemiev.
Seemingly, yes.
Who managed to save his difficult game against Peter Slider today.
And Vladimir Fedosiev plays against Daniil Dubov.
Yeah, which is also very interesting encounter.
Okay. So, and in the women's section
of the day, the game of the day will be clearly Polina Shuvalova, Alexandra Gorechkina. Both players ended their games in draw today. And Leila Garifulina is still half a point behind Alexandra Gorechkina after drawing her game against Valentina Gurina today. And then we have a big tie for, okay, not the big one, I mean only two players in tie for the fourth place, Marina Guseva, Alexandra Kostyuk.
That's right.
Which, by the way, they will play each other tomorrow. So whom will play Leila Garifulina tomorrow?
Well, we will see the pairings tomorrow. Actually, I don't know who will play Leila Garifulina, but we're completely sure that. So we strongly, I mean,
2 last days will be full of tension and full of interesting, exciting.
And also, I just have to admit that Chigaev plays Goganov tomorrow, and he plays with black pieces before playing against Yan Nepomniachtchi. Just keep it that if Chigaev wins against Goganov, he will reach probably Karyakin or Nepomniachtchi either, and it could be the game for the first place in the round 11 in the men's section.
Right.
And the tournament is getting even more exciting and thrilling, and well, even us being a little bit tired, a little bit exhausted, but I'm still very intrigued, and I cannot wait for tomorrow's round 10, 3 p.m. Moscow time. You just
don't miss.
Don't miss. You're obliged to turn it on and be with us. Stay tuned. See you tomorrow, 3 p.m. Moscow time. Bye.
Bye.
Уже свыше 40 тысяч жизней унес коронавирус с тех пор, как все началось.
COVID-19 уже в 80 российских. Медики предупреждают, в зоне риска заражения в основном находятся пожилые люди. Им рекомендовано не выходить из дома без острой необходимости.
Мы стали выявлять невидимых людей. Это те, которые живут в своих квартирах, не выходят из дома вообще в силу своей немощности.
Люди были напуганы, была паника и была растерянность. Мы предложили организовать колл-центр по приему обращений пожилых граждан.
Разместила телефоны горячей линии, памятки, как вести себя, к кому обращаться.
Мы доставляли продуктовые наборы, вещи первой необходимости, перчатки, маски.
И у нас не только психологическая служба, у нас еще юридическая служба, социальная служба для тех людей, которые оказались в ужасающих условиях.
Перед тем, как выехать, позвоните, пожалуйста, участнику. Бабушки все предупреждены, но они ждут вашего звонка.
Здравствуйте. Куда можно поставить?
Вам берегите здоровье.
Девочки, заходите. Мы не можем. Мы не заразные.
Что-то надо будет?
Ой, девчонки. Мурашки по телу.
В эту камеру будете разговаривать со своим сыном.
Сыном? Я чувствую, что я не совсем брошенный человек, что кому-то еще я не совсем безразлична, а это много значит.
Они так о нас заботятся. Дай Бог здоровья. Всем дай Бог здоровья.
Единственное, что бы я хотела сейчас, это просто вас обнять и расцеловать.
Коалиция – это про то, как много могут сделать люди, когда просто объединяются.
Я чувствую, что от каждого из нас многое зависит.
Мы вместе огромная сила.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.